Thanks for rejoining. Yeah, it would help if I had my microphone switched on. Clearly, I didn't have my microphone switched on. That fun. Let's see if I can put the microphone plug up here. Probably would do. Hold up. I can't connect these bloody things anywhere. Right, hopefully. Yeah, that's better. So then I ain't got to worry about it because the microphone's behind me then. So yeah. What we've got today, as I'm waiting for components to fix the record player, I've got this to sort out. Wait, is that a big C-class battery? Can't remember if I've got any of them. Yeah, I think I have. No, the small size ones. These are D-class. Oh. No. Right. No, it's going to be one of the big bloody D-class batteries. Yeah, probably. Milliamp. And we've got own resistance. First one needs a check. Cool. 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 won't have anything on the other one because we haven't got anything to plug into. Great. And not going to be C-class battery as I thought it would be. No. Contract one. We can check fuse. Wait, it won't bloody fit in. Of course not. Back with the multimeter. Wow. Good. What is this going to be? A 6-volt? Universal volt lead model 8 Mark 7. Wow. How are you supposed to know what? That's frustrating. Okay. Absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. So we want to go, obviously, so 15. We want to go 14. We should reach that. That's cool. The capacity has been uploaded. We've got 15. Did they say? Double read that. Make sure. No, it says 15 volts. Yeah. 40 milliamp. 40. Cool. Right, okay, well, that's interesting because I've put the red, on the plus, black on the negative, 15 volts going into the, guys can actually see it. So I've got 15 volts going into the washer to power this up, and 40 milliamps at the end of the day. Let's see if this actually powers on. Again, I'm not 100%, this has not been tested. The battery's good, tested the battery. It's a brand new battery. Let's switch her on. Oh, we don't get no magic smoke. Right, well, we've got, that's interesting, we've got 15 volts, no amps. So, right, let me grab some crocodile clips and see if we can try to do, can we actually take these out? No, you can't take these out. Oh, this is going to be a bummer. I don't know if I could actually use, let's see if I can use these. I need them barrel jacks. I know I've only got one set of them. No, they're not going to go in. I didn't think they would, but I just want to see if we get anything. I don't think we can we? Think about it. No, it's not going to work like that. Right, okay. What I might have to do is rig some wire up in that front. Mind you, saying that, 10 to home resistance. Yeah, I don't know if this is any good. I've got no amps going into this at all. Wire, my dear boy. Not put anything in just to see if we've got any connections. Probably not. Let's see if we can try and dig some resistance wire out. So, alright, we've got a bit of wire there. Did have a black piece. Yep, got a black piece of wire. Cool. Okay, let me take a capacitor. And put it in capacitance. See if we've got anything. Holy smokes. Gonna pop red on red and black on black. Cool. So we should actually get, something. Crank these up. We got no amp pulling on this at all. None. It's pulling something, you know. But we've got no volts going on to, no, it's just stayed on 0. If I just move that around, it's just bouncing around. No, that is gone back to 0. We have got something. Let me turn it off for a minute. Crank this all the way up to 1 amp. It'll just pull for what it wants. Cool. There's something floating around in there. We're not pulling anything on the got 15 volts. What it recommends. Wow. We've got nothing pulled on the we've got nothing pulling on that. I can hear something floating around in here now. Right, okay. Let's not beat around the bush. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's take these off. Let's take this apart. Because I can hear something falling around, rattling around inside there, so never took one of these apart before. This is going to be challenging. God. Just know it's going to be challenging to try and get this off. Right, we've got a screw there. We've got a screw underneath that. Yeah. Let's see what we've got. Does that screw want to come out today? Hopefully not. He's out. Cool. Can these dials come off? Probably not. Where's my fat spatula? I can't break any of these Oh, come on. Look. Definitely not. These do not want to come out for some reason. They come out. Cool. You can put them there. I can hear something rattling around inside. They're not coming off. These feel like a Bakelite, which I am not going to even consider trying to rip that. These won't come off. Of course not. No. No. Right, we've undone 2 screws. Right. Rubber seal. That's interesting. But the other 2 screws are going to be under here. These look like you can come off. I reckon they are. I reckon they are underneath here. They look like caps to me, and these don't want to come off. Of course they do. They are caps. How did I know that? That's what I say, never false. Right. Obviously, we're not pulling no amps on this. No. Lovely. We've got to take cap. Now we can take the remaining other 2 flat-ended screws out. And then should be able to pull out the front. Nice flat-end screwdriver there. We sure do. Hate using. There she goes. She's out. Cool. Now she'll be able to come out. And she does. Very carefully. I heard something rattling around. I don't know what it was. What was it? I was seeing. Out here was nothing. Huh? I heard something rattling around, you know. Right, that's interesting. I thought it might have been a broken wire, or coil or something there. It might have been we've got an orange and blue wire to trace where this goes. And why this is not seem to be working. Contacts seem to be cleaned up. We're a little bit pity, but I'll clean them up. We can bang a bit in on the contact side. I've got twin contacts. Wow. Top and bottom. Wow, are they? Yeah, they are. That's unbelievable. Wow. Very interesting indeed. We can do a little bit of testing in circuit. Obviously. This is a dual layer board. I've never seen anything like this. Lovely vintage bit of kit. Let's have a look to see what we got. First things first, visual inspections. Yeah, nothing floating around, or oh, there is something floating around. Ah, it looks like it's inside that plastic casing. It's floating around in here. I just see something. That's not great. Something's not right there. Definitely. So, it's a bloody screw. Now, what's that come out of? That screw is come out of, it looks like it's popped out of that. It's the same colour, it looks like that's the same screw in here. Again, how the heck is that come out? So it looks like to get to that, we're going to have to take off this board off, get to that screw. It's going to have to, you can't leave a screw floating around in here. Right, okay. Is there a way, oh God, I don't want to start unsorting these wires. We've got orange, blue. These are colour coded, red and black. So we can take, I'm sure we can take them off because they're actually colour coded. So we've got a blue there, orange there, red here. Yeah, good luck trying to get them out. No, they're not coming out. No, that's come out. They're small terminals, they're not big terminals. Right, okay. The only things that we can't take out is that fuse. But saying that, I'll take that fuse out. Took the fuse out. We can't seem to take the connector off that. No. I took the other remaining wires off. But can we actually get to them? Because it looks like it's going under the board. And that is going, seems to be going into this plastic tub where we need to be. Well, that's frustrating because if I could have took that out, we could have, you know, that would have helped. Supposing I can unsolder them, went solder wick. Cool. Let's switch the iron on. Otherwise, this is going to get in the way. I don't want this getting in the way. 200. I didn't take that. Oh, Jesus. That's it. Not the phone flying. That's not going to help. Right, move that out of the way, because that's just going to get in the way. And the remote. Right, solder wick. Let's see if we can. It probably would help if I bung some flux on that first. Where's me flux? Bit of flux. Now squirt some flux on the joint there. Lovely. Bit on that one. and then I'll know where these go, because they're only Earths. All the others are colour coded. Back up 450. We're probably going to need it for 450. Just a smell. Absolutely stinks. Actually, I'm thinking about it. I've had enough of that smell. It's making me nauseous. Right, let's put two mix snatch on. Let's throw that again. I think this is what I could have just done with that little small soldering iron. Should be alright. I think they'll be alright. $450 and it ain't melting it. Wow. You can definitely say this is old sort of. No, it is ever so slight. There you go. She's off. Cool. Took that off. Oh, God, Jesus, that's. Oh, move that close. I'm getting choked out. I need one of them other film extractors. I think the one with the funnel that you can bring closer. Absolutely nasty. You don't want to breathe it in. Jesus, that solder must be so old. I think it's 1950s with the bloody machine. It just that's 450 Celsius, and it's still having struggled to melt that. I don't want to melt it. Wow. Yeah. Stickiness, nastiness. No, this is definitely not melting. I think I'm melting the plastic more than what I'm trying to take the solder off. Even with solder wick, yeah, it's just starting to go. It's literally just starting to go. Wow. I can't go any higher. That's the maximum I can go. It's still taking it off. How much bloody solder did they dump on this just to put this on? That is not coming off. That's amazing how much heat I've put on that. Finally, got it out. Let's give that a clean. That's absolutely shocking. The amount I took off there, they must have put tons. Give it a good clean. Clean your tip. Lovely and clean. That's just how we like to sit. Put it back. Turn that on. Now we've got both of them out. I can now move that out of the way. Cool. Push that back. So I know where these two go. The rest are colour coded. They can all go back into the same direction. It's just these. God, look at the state of that. Man, they must have put some serious solder onto that. That was quite a lot. Let's cut that off. Wow. I ain't got nothing to give you, Bonds. You have a bit of sandwich. Oh, stinks of soda. God almighty. Nasty. Absolutely choke that out. Oh yeah. Cool. Out here, Dick. Up in your thing. I'm not having them yet. There's the other one. Oh, my bum. Pinky. Shake his arse out. Yes. Definitely. He definitely does, that Mr. Bonds. Right. So, what do we need to take off to get access to that? Looking at this, I'm going to say all that multi-layer board, and I'm going to have to be really careful here. I'm crying out loud. I really didn't want to take that off. I've got no option. Right, okay. Mind you saying that, I've got what to do them. They're not going to come off. Right, can we undo that one? No, because the whole lot's just spinning round and going round in circles. Oh, of course they are. Unbelievable. They make things where you can't take them apart like you used to. Oh well. Let's see how we get on. We've got one. You can take that nice long thread out. Can I take that out? That one's out once. I don't think it's supposed to come out like that. I've pulled the entire thread out because it's so stuck on there. He stripped it out from its own bloody thread. Whoever put this on has done this far too tight. Don't matter, I only want to gain access to it. That one looks like that's out as well. Wow. Unplug that. Unplug that. Can we take this out without any damages? Ooh, I hate them noises. I do hate noises like that because you just thinking, hold up a minute, that don't sound right. Right, we can take that out because we need to gain access to that bloody screw that come out. Well, looking at that, that's all bloody mangled up. I'm not surprised. Look how old it is. You know, it's ridiculous. That looks like a surface, actually. I'm not even going to force that. And that's already broke. We're going to have to try and glue that. Wow. There's the screw. I can see it floating. Where's my tweezers? My dear boy, where is my tweezers? Hold up, bud. I didn't even know you was in this stream. Cal 4. I'm not an alien, but hello. Yes, and today, Car 4, I actually, today a few items turned up today. The capacitors that I am waiting for the record player, one of them capacitors from MK. Actually, let me tell you what one it was, because it wasn't available. The DigiKey, right? The one on DigiKey, one of the components, it was one of the long axle ones. It just saying it was no longer being produced. It was it was unavailable, no longer being produced. So I couldn't put that one in, and just for one capacitor to ship from the United States to the UK end up being £20. So one capacitor would have cost me nearly £30 in total, with duty taxes and import fees. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I had to leave that. It looked like the cap was £4.99, but then as soon as it got to the process to go out, £30 for one cap. Yeah, right. As soon as I went to go to clock out, to actually put all my details in after it says debit details and all that, it done the calculations. Yeah, to the UK, from the United States to the UK, import was £10 something. There was duty, taxes. It comes to shy of nearly. It was £29 for one cat. You know, there was no combination. So that's why I thought, my God, I can't go there. That's crazy. That is literally crazy. I'm not. I mean, it's a shame I'm not in the US, because they're probably, I know they have to pay duty, taxes, and everything, but because it's all got to be shipped over to the UK, this is the headache that was involved. And like most all this vintage stuff, I'm going to run into quite a lot. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be fixed, because I would say good 90% of it's fixable, because it's vintage, but getting components, zero. You're going to have a large job. I mean, two components straight away on that record player are obsolete. That's how hard it is to get the component. That's why I had to get near enough, as close as I can to its value. I mean, one cap was 25 volt. I've had to order a cap that's 35 volt, which one axle cap was 25 volt, 6.3, 6.4 microfarad, and the closest I can get to that was 6.8 microfarad, 35 volt. So that's going to have to do, and that I'm hoping that should be all right. Obviously, on that front, managed to. One's got to come from Spain. Even one capacitor from Spain has cost me £15. So I'm hoping, just to put that back. It's again, yeah, it should be all right. I'm hoping it is, but that's how crazy it is. Again, because we're outside the EU now. When we was part of the EU, we didn't have to pay these crazy, all these import fees. America, yeah, because America has always been, they're separated from everyone else, so you have to pay anything, like my watch, like my Play Watch one there. I had to pay import taxes on that, and import taxes end up being £50, because the watch was really expensive. But it's a lovely watch because it's limited edition. You can't order them into the UK; they do not sell them in there. So I think the time I paid for this watch was about $70-80. The time I paid all the import fees, that watch fetched me back about £110, which was ridiculous at the end of it. But you are getting a limited edition stuff that you're never going to get. And I didn't even get a charger with that. It just come with a micro USB lead, wireless one. So you just plug it into the USB side. But that's how crazy it is. But so the other cap I've ordered, they're in the UK. I'll get them first. But I've just had an update, and the one from Spain, he's just sent it out. So I that's going to take a little while to get. But I'm not paying £30 for a capacitor, not for one cap. At the end of the day, that's just crazy. And it's the exact same one that I've ordered from Spain anyway. Same value, just a different colour basically. So it's still an actual capacitor, but I mean, that only, even with import duties, it comes to £14 something for the UK, which weren't too bad. That was my limit, but I can't justify £30 for one cap. And then when I looked in the link, it said the other cap wasn't available. It's no longer available. It's obsolete. It just said obsolete, no longer available. And I went, oh well, that screwed me up because now I can't even get that cap. So today I thought I'm going to start on this because I forgot all about this. This is a 19. I think this is Bakelite. I think this is pre-war. This is early 50s. I've not tested anything. It was stuck in a corner with some of the other retro stuff I've tested. It has to have a special battery. It's a really weird battery. Yeah, it's one of them really old multimeters. The only thing is, when it come in, obviously it must have been the old boys before he passed. We didn't know no history. We couldn't sell it. So again, I made a small donation and took it off their hands because this was going to go into the recycling centre and being scrapped. Like a lot of this stuff that I've took, I'm trying to save from resolving. But I could hear something rattling inside, and I thought I've just put a battery in. Right, now this takes 2 batteries, which is a really weird battery situation. No, I can't find the back for it. The back was missing. It's got 3 views. It's got 3 fuses. It's got a 10 amp fuse, which I just took out, which I've got here. Tested all the fuses, absolutely fine. Right, a big C-class battery. The battery for that alone is £7 for the UK. So I put my multimeter on. Before I put the multimeter, I had to Google this to see what battery that was and what voltage it is. It's a square battery. It's a really deep square battery. Looks like a P9. It's not. It's bigger than a P9. It's got a weird voltage, 15 volts, 0.40 milliamp. So and I thought, well, that's weird. That's a really weird way of putting it. So I've just unsoldered all the wire on there, and the amount of solder I just took off from one end. Christ, it's crazy. So when I heard, I thought I've got to take this apart. One, this has never been apart, never ever been apart. Like most of this stuff never has. And when I could hear rattling, which I'm just up to the point, I've just found a screw, and I thought, well, where the bloody hell is that gone? Yeah, the screw has come out, right out on this side of the motor. It was this side, so you've got a screw there, and the other side was floating around. I don't know how that's not floating around because no one's been in it at the end of the day. So that's just where I am at the moment, and which is really really weird because I thought if no one's been in here, that shouldn't be floating around. So that's why I was just going to try and get me tweezers. Actually, oh yeah, it's fell out. So basically, that was floating around in here. And looking at this is all busted. I mean, it's gone. It must be that old. The plastic's all broke inside it. Like, all the. But I'm going to see if I can try and glue it. Put a little bit of super glue in that. Obviously, you're never going to be able to buy these parts. Never. You won't get them at the end of it. But the old multimeters, I did put voltage in to see if it was, but that screw was floating around in there, so it was probably jamming this up. So that probably wasn't helping to start, but I don't know if it shortened anything out. Because I've seen a couple of they don't fetch a lot. They fetch. I've seen tested, untested on eBay. Yeah. Unless you're getting a spare, but the part numbers, a separate part number. I had a look on eBay. Can't get parts for it, which I already knew that with 90% of all this stuff that I've got, you're going to struggle to get parts. non-working, untested, £30 in the UK, which, you know, didn't really fetch a lot. I thought, something being this vintage, I thought I was really surprised. So to find one working, I'm hoping to get this working, will be a bonus. But I don't want to spend £7 on a battery if I know it wasn't. I put the voltage in 15 volts. I actually cranked it all the way up to 1 amp. I got absolutely nothing on the amp side. No, it wouldn't even put in point 0.1 of an amp. So the volts just stood there at 15 volts at the end of it. So that was the correct one to put onto where that square battery was going. But obviously I've got nothing going there. So what I need to do is put all this back once I've sorted this out, and then test it. But I think that is the screw that come out of it, because looking at that, there was supposed to have been a washer in there, and I can't see a washer. But let's put that back anyway and see how we get on. So yeah, I managed to do. I bought these off the TikTok shop, right? These are just generic, which I've got plugged into. I've plugged it into that multi-tap one, right? So you've got the bit in there. So what I've managed to do on that was I was waiting for a couple of these. I ordered two, and they was basically USB Type 3 to a female USB Type C. So the male bit can go into the female bit, and then I can plug that in and then convert it, because obviously these were designed for nothing, not even old PCs. They don't have USB Type Cs. My computer has, my modern computer has got it, but these were only at £5 something. So I ordered two from two different companies just in case one didn't work. So at the end of the day, you have to make sure you get these in data. They have to read data, otherwise they won't work. I plugged it straight in, no software, because these don't come with any software, and it works lovely. So I've got it plugged in at the side here, and I've done it on here. So what I've done, I put my microphone there, and then I ain't got to worry about it, because that was one thing that drove me up the wall where I've got no sound on it, and I thought, this is doing my head in. So now I've got it, it seems to be working. It just works straight off the bat. All I've done, I had to go into OBS and add it as an audio source, and it see it as USB 1.0. That's all it see it, but I ain't bothered, it works. I don't know how long the batteries last, but you've got two microphones. So I thought, right, and these charged up. I've got the charger there. So I thought, let's give it a go, do a bit of streaming. I wanted to crack on, because I've got a lot of retro stuff to get through. While I'm waiting for parts, let's test another one. So I thought, let's give this a bash and see how I get on. There's no guarantee with all this retro stuff, obviously, but I don't know how that screw would have come out. I mean, I've just tightened that up. I can't go too mad because it's plastic. Even that one was loose. Perhaps that had come loose, you know. That might have come loose. There's a strong possibility. The dog's sitting here, it spooked him out for some reason. I don't know what's up with this dog lately. He's really, every time I've been doing streaming, it seems like, you know, he wants it, you know, especially if I put the record player, he runs. He don't like the record player. I ain't got a clue. So what I'm going to do, I think, I'm going to leave this out, right? I'm going to put this back. Let's put this back just so I can find out, because I don't, this weren't working. I literally didn't pull any amps, but I don't know if that was shortening out. So I thought, let's put this back briefly, right? Now, I hate the noise that it was crackling and everything. Now this has got, hold up a minute, have I got it the right way? Where did that come from? I don't know where that come from. 3 holes, right, okay. So I need to put this back So I ain't got nothing in the way on the dials, because I think what was doing it that was floating around inside this section. So I mean, obviously, probably it couldn't make connections, but the only downside is yeah, it should be all right, because I think some of these, I think that one there and there, I'll have to double check, because these have to go back onto this. So because they're color coded on here, they've actually got on the back bit there. One's got blue, one's got orange at the end of it. So the only other two on there, which is for the fuses. But we're not worried about the fuses. I can actually, they can go together. They probably won't hurt, because they're only earths anyway. It's only shielded on that front. But I've never seen anything like that. But then, all right. Actually, what I should do is just quickly just put that back. I'm worried about them wires jamming that up in there, and then that's it. It looked like there was a bloody wire coming out. This is obviously they've designed this where they don't really want you mucking about with it. I have to get the camera out because it's sort of partly zoomed in, so you can get to see. So it looks like I've got to go over. Obviously, this is at the right part because the square bit is up this end, and on that. I don't know how old this is. I mean, I assume this has got some age to it, like most of this stuff. Nice to see though, because again, oh, that's actually broke off. There was a screw on there. It's actually, I can see it. That's broke off. It's absolutely snapped. There was two screws. Is that a two screw? No, just one screw, but it snapped off. Right, okay, that does make sense. Right, let's just put that back in. I think we're good there. That's it. It just stops any wires jammed inside, because that screw obviously didn't help. That was floating around on top of that, on that front. I'm not even going to say that this is going to work. Yeah, I'm not holding my hands up on this. Obviously, this is a multi-layer board. It's got bloody like it's got 2 layers on it. But on the connector, you know, on these metal connectors, it's got it 4 times. So you've got one that side, you've got obviously underneath the other side of there, and then you've got that again in between that board and then on top of that. So when you turn these dials, it turns it 4 times. So obviously, just like you said, being a dual layer board, I've never seen, like I said, I have never seen anything like it. There's a lot of, for what I can see on here, I can see diodes. No, they're mainly all resistors. It mainly just looks like a resistor. So again, if this don't work, this could be due to resistors gone. I've not known them to go bad. I'm not saying like most all components don't go bad, but that's obviously there's something not right. That's got to go up. That's not sitting right. There you go. Yeah, got to be careful there. Oh, there is. So there was 2 screws holding that in. Absolutely 2 screws. So we've got one at the bottom there, which is an earth. So we've got one screw down here, and I've just seen this one up here, and they're both broke, obviously due to that cover. So, but let's put this back, just temporary, so I can get this. What I might do is just jab a piece of. Let's see if we could just jab them wires back on. I might have to solder them on just temporary and have a look. So orange to orange. Have we got a black? We've got a blue. That's black. So the black one can go on there. Jesus. No, I don't know. I think this might even be like early 50s. I would say, looking at this, looking at the model, without checking up, I'm going to say this is probably about 19, I would say mid 50s. Probably coming up. It could even be early 60s. Mind you saying that, I've got a night that was a 1960, that Danset one. So I don't know how old these sort of machines sort of go back to. These that looks like Bakelite. Worms, how you doing? Yeah, yeah, you're better still working on that car for. Yeah, if it don't work, bin it. Yeah, actually, that's a good shout out. Yeah, if it don't work, bin it. I mean, I mean, you say that no worms. This probably was fit for the bin. It was going to go to a recycling centre. So, like most all this stuff that I get from the hospice, 9 out of 10, they was going to bin it anyway. Well, it goes to electronic cycling centre, and then they sort of strip it down and resalvage the parts, and they take precious metals out, and then the rest goes in a bin. Yeah, at least test it, still worked. Right, what we got? We got red. God. They put this right in where you can't get to it. Yeah, he's saying that I was round. Where was I? I was in the hospice when I was texting this morning. Well, I was just getting ready to go, pop into work, and yeah. Then Andy, one of them said in the Discord forums, I was sitting at the back, washing my hands. I was watching this stream, and Andy opened the door, bang, and broke his gate. I said, bloody hell, he's breaking his shed before he's trying to fix it. So, yeah, mate, I've got to admit, I couldn't help laughing. I know it should, it's cruel, really, but all I heard him say, "Oh, for fuck's sake," he went off his head. You know, that's why I love watching his streams. He's always entertainment. If he ain't blowing something up, or he can't mention the word projector at the end of the day, I mean, that was funny. Yeah. Oh, I missed that. That he slammed the door. He opened it. The wind took it off. I don't know. You wasn't in the stream then, but he opened the door, and all I heard was like, "Oh, I won't say it, but he did. He did curse. He went, "I don't bloody believe it." He said, "Fucking door." He said, "Now I've got to try and fix that." I thought, "Oh no, poor Eddie. He's not having much luck. He's getting over a rotten cold." I went, and now he's sort of now breaking his shed up. I thought, I found a way to mention the projector and get away with it. Well, if you do love winding him up, that's what I love. The trolling is brilliant. I just love the trolling. Absolutely, it just brings a bit of soul to the party, doesn't it? You've got to have a laugh and joke. Bloody hell, what's the point? You don't want to be like, what was that stream last night? Yeah, I don't. I forgot his name. He was testing all the cameras, right? Yeah, Andy Street. Yeah, Andy is entertaining. He is most definitely. This is what I say. I laugh more than anything. And who was on the stream? Who was actually streaming last night and testing all these 4K cameras? Oh, that was hilarious. I was sitting. I had to go to bed because it was getting late and I had to be up in the morning for work. And he was testing it and testing all these 4K cameras. He paid $110 for this 8K camera, and it was absolutely dog's crap. It weren't. I wouldn't have even given 10. He paid 110 for it. $110 in the UK. That's got to be, give or take, off the top of my head. It's normally just under about $1.70. It's about $1. It works at about just under $2, which is just over a pound and something. In UK's money, give or take, that $120 that he paid, it's probably close to about 70, £80. In the UK. I wouldn't pay that. I would have said, no, sorry. I would have literally just got my money back, But he was doing his nut. He had to go and pick his girlfriend up or something. And I see J Fix jumped on. picking his girlfriend up at the airport. So yeah, it was actually but yeah, we was watching. There weren't many in the stream. There was, I think, I forgot who was actually in this room. Oh, but yeah, there was a couple, but you know, Joe Fix just jumped on just briefly, but only just brief. He didn't stay for too long. Oh look, I'm going. Where's my tweezers? Look, in here. But yeah, he's testing all these 4K cameras out, and they were absolutely dire. I mean, at one point, I thought the TV was going to come off the wall. There we go. Sorry, Neil, I'm in the stream, bud.
Alright, mate. When do you finish?
Probably going to be a couple of hours.
That's alright. I'll give you a call later, John.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Bye. Sorry, bud. So yeah, I was laughing. It did make me laugh because he said he was trying to get all these cameras out, and he's trying to going through the options, trying to get all this 8K working. 8K. You're not going to get an 8K camera for $120. It's not going to happen. You know, there's no way that's going to happen. You know, I actually see the cameras that they end up having that cost Luke from Retro 6. He's 8K camera. 8K. Now he's got a true 8K camera. It's called a Black Widow, right? I know that camera very well, right? I looked on their website. Yeah, it comes at the price of roughly around in the UK £6,000. I don't to think how much that camera is, and he just uses that purely for like using his live streaming on that front. But that's a lot of money to pay. But then, like you said, he's earning the good money by doing what he's doing, Luke. So he probably will do. But that's a true 8K camera. The Black Widows are expensive. Even the ones that he's using for on the side, he actually told, and he said even that was £2,000. So he spent serious money at Luke at Retro 6. But then the next minute he's actually buying a cheap soldering iron from AliExpress. But I've got to admit, I totally agree with him on that one. That is absolutely really cool. Which like I said, I've never seen anything like it, because I thought some of these soldering irons, they're just crap. They just want you to get, it's just clickbait. They just want to get your money. But yeah, that stream last night, that was hilarious. But Andy, when the door blew white back, Jesus, he just lost it. He literally just lost it. I think he forgot. Right, we're good. Fuck, Jesus. The smell of that solder is absolutely, it's enough to get you intoxicated. Yeah, what's up with NK? NK Fix. Do you have to put it? I didn't know. I mean, I was trying to send videos this morning. He's got all these bloody forums open, and I went, well, I don't know. I don't use Discord. I very rarely use Discord. So I'm just, now I've got into streaming and started using Discord. Obviously, I don't know the rules around things. He's got all these streams up, and I went, I don't know what I'm clicking on, and I'm really confused. Yeah, and then he said, no, videos or memes have to go in a certain category. And I went, oh, for crying out loud, just have 2. You don't got to have about 10 or 20 opened up. I think I'm more confused now than anything. Right, so I'll put this back just briefly. Plus, let's go on plus. Right, cool. Now, where's my I've soldered them on. One soldered up there, one soldered there. These are put back, red, black, orange and blue. So these have been put back. Now I've got to put one on the negative. There's a negative at the top there, so that's the negative on that. Negative, that's the plus side. Obviously, because I haven't got that battery. That battery's about £7 for the UK. I'm not bloody paying £7, just in case this thing don't work. And the looks of it, obviously these do have some issues. So what I've got on there, right, I've got it on 15. I've got it on 15 volt. It was supposed to use. Yeah, he's had that move before. Lol. Yeah, I've got to admit that. I don't understand with these streams. These where you've got all different categories and you've got to put it all under. At the end of the day, I thought, why do you have to make things complicated? I like things being simple. I just love simple things in life, because then it makes it easy to work with. You don't have to over-engineer. When they make cars, they over-engineer it, and you don't need to do that. Just make it plain. It's a Discord thing. Oh, yeah. Well, you're right. It is a Discord thing. So I've put the battery in. The battery is registering. Well, bloody hope so. Actually, that's a good point. Let me just test that battery. Just opening that bloody battery's good. I assume it is. Actually, I don't need that. Where's my other battery tester? I've got, something here. So, let me test this battery. This battery should be good. Yeah, it's literally gone right over to the green. So, no, the battery's good. And that's all right. So, the battery's good on that front. Just put it around the right way. You've got a plus and a negative on the battery. So negative at there, plus up this side, and the same thing. It's got a plus at the top there and a negative on there. So I know that's right, but it wasn't even pulling 1 amp. It weren't pulling nothing on the amp side. So I'm going to switch it on. On green. We've got nothing at the moment, but that screen, obviously that screw probably didn't help. Now, this is where it's probably going to get interesting, because it looks like I've still got the same thing. There should be some. Absolutely nothing. I've got nothing on this. Right, let's grab that little capacitor. So what I've done, I've rigged up a capacitor side on there, right? Plus, it doesn't matter which side. And what I've done is just stick one at one end, one at the other. Because one's a common. Obviously, you've got one that's a DC. So there should be voltage going in this, and it should pull in the amps when I know this is working. But we've got, again, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So obviously there is an issue with this. This is why I don't like buying for things. Yeah, the needle was moving. No, because I was moving it. Look, if I move that out, right. Let me turn this off for DC. And if I move this camera down, so you can clearly see, right. So, don't know how well this is going to bring in. That's better, right. I'm going to bring this all the way in. You can see what I'm doing. That bloody light is so overpowering. Watch. Dead. Saying that, it did move. It moved ever so slight, but that's supposed to have gone over. Now, I've turned all these dials all the way up, right? They've gone all the way up, so you've got 0 ohm or 10k and all that. This needle should have shot over on that front. But again, that cutout, I've got nothing on the cutout. We have got some nothing though. I can see that dial moved. But we've got no amps pulling. But it is definitely moving. You can actually see the voltage has gone up. It's not gone up by much, but it's definitely gone up on that front. So, and that's just that's moving the DC one, right? 10K. It's not going up by much. Oh, that's gone up a little bit more. It's actually gone up a little bit more. But it's not pulling no amps. I mean, if that was a point, if that is 40 of a milliamp, that should have gone up. I would have seen something pull on the actual power supply. Did you have a low ohm resistor? You have a low ohm resistor. Yes, I think what I've got some 470 k ohm resistors. Would that be enough? I think that's an Xbox one. I think they're designed for Xbox, the original Xboxes. I've got I might have some 1k ohm resistors. Yeah, good luck trying to invite it in here. This is why I bought. Actually, let's just try one of these resistors. Right, it's 470 k ohm. What's that? It's a that's a k ohm resistant. Right, so let's just take one of these out. Right, let's end it. Let me pull this back up. So we hopefully, I'll take one at the top, and I'll do the same again. But we're not pulling no milliamps at all, none. On the amp side, I've got nothing at the bottom and nothing in the middle, which I thought I would have had, to be honest. I might have pulled something on there, but no, it's not pulling nothing. But that should have worked with a capacitor, but you might be right. This might be one of these Mark 7s. They've done a Mark 7 and a Mark 8. But I think these are going to be pre-war. Like, they look like pre-war because one, it looks like Bakelite. Bakelite come out in the early 50s to 60s at the end of it. But it's also got the 1940s look. Right, so right, I put one end at one end of that resistor, and it don't matter with the resistance at the end. I just want to see if I can get a response on here to see moving this around. See if that dial goes all the way up. We got nothing. I think there's a fault on the line somewhere. This is, and it's been sitting up there. How long's this when I got it? It's probably been another 5 to 6 months. So again, sitting around 1k. That's on volts. It's hardly moving. It just moves ever so slight, just a slight. Milliamp. See, that's on a milliamp, 0.5, 1. That's on 10. That should have started spiking up. But I don't know why that cutout, right? That's pushed down. Do you reckon that has something to do with it? You know, that probably ain't helping. I can't even do anything with that. That's pushed down. I can't even release that up. I wonder because if that's called a cutout, that actually might cause that. The cutout might be stopping it from working. It might be like a dead switch. Yeah, you should go to the other side and short the inputs. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. You short the inputs. First things first. Can we? Oh, fuck, crying out loud! Fucking covers come off. Hold up, guys. Plastic, because this plastic's gone so bloody brittle. Let's take that off. I think it's more trouble than what it's worth. Right, that switch, I can't pull that switch out, can I? That cord cut out. That cutout looks like that's connected to the two earths at the bottom there. Yeah, I think that could be causing it, you know. I've got a really bad feeling. The word cutout means it could cut that completely out, and it won't push back in. Right, it won't pop back out. It looks like it's pushed down and it won't pop off. And I think that could be causing that. So, but again, it's not jammed, but it's not moving at the same time. It just won't move. Shame I can't take that out. Because because that could be activated on the switch system. Let's pull that around there for a minute. Be careful not to shorten this out. Let's see if I can try and pull that, push that pin in. No, that won't push in. Oh, for fuck's sake! Now I've got a resistor stuck to me arm. Oh dear. Right, hold up. Is there anything on this side? See that? That looks like that's... Ah, there you go. It's now off. It was stuck. I've just clicked that. Right, let me show you what I've just done. I reckon it was that. The cutout switch is causing this not to work. The reasons why, that's just clicked off. Right up here, right? You obviously, I don't know if you can see, there's a blue switch there. That was lodged onto this. It's going to a black wire. It's going to these dials, right? It's feeding these dials. That was locked. Due to that being locked up, it was pushed down and it wasn't going back up. So I'm going to try again now, right? With that now pushed up, because it was pushed all the way down, like I said, that could have actually stopped it from physically working. Because it could be, like I said, that could be what they call a dead switch. Just in case if you want to you've made a mistake and you think, oh, I shouldn't have done that at the end of the day. And I'm pretty sure with the old ones, they did have something like that. There's a lot of little contacts and things. But let's give that a go again. It's still switched on. I ain't unplugged it. It's still very switched on. So I'm going to leave it exactly where it is. Let's see now if it did that, because I heard that click. I pushed it back and it clicked off. And I think that got pushed down, and that is why I'm hoping it'll be a simple thing like that. That actually, let's turn it off. Right. Let's put that resistor in. Let's switch the resistor on. It seems to be a lot more. Right, DC. It is what it's doing. It's moving it, but ever so slight. But it's still not pulling any amps or anything. Ah, did that went then? Could be because the resistors ran the wrong way. Let's reverse that and go back the other way. It is definitely moving that dial, but it's bouncing and goes straight back to zero. Still got nothing. We're definitely getting some form of power there, but we're not. The 15 volts that's going into it, I've got absolutely that bounced all the way up then. That definitely bounced all the way up, and then it stopped. So that dead switch has definitely got something to do with it. Yeah, try shortening it to so it pulls from the amps, from the PSU. Yeah, what, from this side you mean? On here? Do you mean like bridge it from this section? See if it's arcing. You could be right. Yeah, it pulls 1 amp. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, no. Well, that pulled 1 amp as soon as I've done that. That spiked all the way up to 1 amp. No, the that there No, I meant the multiplier. In the input, on the input side. On this side, yeah, I know what you mean. You actually mean shorten it from here, see if it gets like. So basically, just put. All I need to do is just put that onto that. Let's see if that. I'll just bridge that. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. That pulled one out when I've done that. That dead switch is definitely done something to it because it wasn't being so bouncy, and it seems like it was getting power. Right. So the wire, what I've done, I've bridged the wire all on one connector. So now it's bridging. Right. Let's have a look. So let's try that again. It's still not pulling anything. I still think that there's a fault on this. But that is now it seems to go back and it ain't so bouncy. That spiked all the way up to 1. It went up to 1. Let me show you. Right, so you can clearly see. As soon as I go from 10, you can actually see that it was bouncy. It's definitely getting some voltage there. Spikes, but we're not pulling nothing. So it ain't making no difference if I ground it. Definitely, it's pulling something. Definitely 100%, but it's not pulling the way it should be pulling. So I think that this again, it has got some issues, but that dead switch didn't do that before. That cut out, so that's now locked into play. If I push that down again, it's spiked all the way up, but now it won't come off. So it seems that like it's locked, and then I've got nothing. Nothing. So that cutout is definitely, it's got something to do with it, that cutout. Let's push that cutout back out. Now it's locked into place now and I can't unlock it. So we've definitely got some issue with this locking mechanism. So something's not quite right with that. I'm pushing it back and it won't go back. Yeah, it looks like it's from here. So that's interesting. Right, what I'm pushing, right, let me get in and I can show you. Right where this bloody thing it's because it's got a bloody big spring on it, it just bounces back. Right, when I push the switch in, right, the blue dial, which is here, pushes down, it won't go back up, right? If I push on that little black pin, push it up, it clicks off. So obviously on that front, but we've still got, even though, let me just give that a quick squirt with contact cleaner. Give that a quick contact cleaner. Let's get some contact WD. Oh my foot's gonna slip, Jesus. I should sit on my leg. Right. So let me just give that a quick squirt. And we have the fumes on this. Yeah, that was funny with Andy with that front, especially with that door. The way that door just blew back, he really lost it. He partly like he went, I don't effing believe it. See, that's not going back. What it's supposed to do, look, that dial is supposed to have gone back. It's creeping back ever so slight, then it stops. As soon as I move the dial down, it pushes onto this, and it's not moving back. And it's magnetised and all. Wow. So, again, let's just squirt a little bit of cleaning, contact cleaner. I think what it's supposed to do, the voltage that goes into this, is supposed to give it its connectivity. And I don't think, again, there's nothing broke, because at the top here, these are where the leads go into. But we've obviously got nothing. So there must be another short somewhere that's causing this not to obviously power up properly. Because like you said, I thought I would have. Is that a break in the wire, or did they do that? I don't know. That looks a bit suspicious. That looks like it's that looks like a heat shrink or something around that. At the end of the day, is that? I've just opened that and got a break in the wire. I mean, because again, any type of breaks that go to these connectors, these look like sensors. I wonder if it could be a sensor issue, which is probably a weird situation. Bronson is now sitting at the door, absolutely mad, that dog. Let's put this back. But that locking mechanism has definitely got a big part to do with it. Because, and again, they're broke off. Obviously, that's not helping the situation. Oh, Jesus. Find out loud. It's obviously not the easiest to try and put back in. Again, it's one of these types that you can easily catch the wire or break something. It's not supposed to go back that way. Right. I think that'll do it there. We've got nothing. Oh my God. I ain't pushed that in, have I? No. Thank God for that. Nothing's pinching. I don't know what that heck that is. I mean, I haven't got a clue. I again, no schematics on this. None. Absolutely no schematics. So we got, where's that big thick red wire? So on here, looking at the situation on here, these are where the wires come off them big terminals, right, for the touching points. So it looks like it goes onto this. Obviously, that gives it its connectivity. And again, that one there. So that's what it looks like it goes on to. But I wonder if they might need cleaning or something. I don't know. I mean, it's not in the greatest of health. Let's just get a little bit of IPA and just see if it could be just a simple thing as might just need cleaning. I don't know. I mean, I'm grasping at straws. Because again, trying to understand with electrics is obviously not the easiest. But it looks like yellow. Well, we have got some dirt coming off it. I mean, there is something coming off that. Yeah, there is dirt coming off it. So I wonder if it just might need, it can't connect properly due to the grime. I mean, like you said, it's obviously these are obviously need servicing at some point in their life. They've never had a service. You know, it's a simple. It could be a simple thing, but I don't know. Again, they. I mean, this has got side one written on the top of here. So, and this is like this board has got really a lot of layouts. It's got a hell of a lot of layouts in, and that could be just a simple task of just give it a clean. I don't know. I mean, like you said, like a lot of these things, they're obviously not going to tell you. You know. I think that's going to be enough of that for the time being. Let me just quickly put this back and then try it again. So they shorted out, right? That cap is off. That's really stiff. It shouldn't be that stiff. Ah, you know why? Because the bloody wire's caught up. How did I know that? This is what I'm saying about wires catching up on there. Obviously, that's not going to help the situation. I'm going to move that around manually without that being connected in and see if that makes a difference. Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But the wires haven't come off of there. They are connected. But I've got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing on them dials at all. So obviously cleaning them up is obviously not going to make any difference. So I think we've got a short there somewhere. 10k ohm. Let's turn these all the way down. Just see if that's got. The wires do go to this, and they are shorting together, because I know that they are. Just see if they, you know, we've got something on that dial, but we've got, it sort of moves just ever so slight. Nothing. Then turn the dials, nothing. So I think one of these components have gone bad. Oh, hold up. What was that? See it spiking. What did I just touch? No. Reverse. That won't make a difference if I took these off, would it? If I took that off, I don't think it's gonna make any difference on that front. No. No, it's not. It's not done nothing. I mean, it's obviously not powering anything anyway. But that cutout is obviously it's doing absolutely nothing. Right, you know, as soon as I put that cutout on, it just stops it anyway, and then it won't come back off. It sort of clicks off. Right, you know, because you've got these little terminal connectors here. Look, and I've just unplugged them from here. Right, so you've got a plus and a minus on this bit, and there's some jumper wires going from one end to the other. But that comes off this, looks like a switching system, which goes to, these look like flat sensors. Like, you know, for some reason, I don't know what they are. Again, can't bloody see because it's in circuit. And I don't want to end up just damaging them to try and take these off. But again, exactly the same mission. Anyway, you know, that switch, it won't be enough to, it seems like it's not getting current. That's what it seems like. Just feels like it's not getting current there. Let's see where that voltage is coming in. So we've got the wires. Let's just see if we can try and trace where some of them wires are. So the wires coming from the back of that is blue and orange, right? That's obviously feeding this side here, right? So the blue and orange, where does the blue and orange go? Let's have a look. The blue's going on this trace, right? And the orange is going to up here. So blue on that, what is it? Blue on that corner, orange up here. So one's going to that trace there that's feeding this. And there's two connectors on either side of that. That then, now that's on the blue, which is feeding from this side, that then jumps and spikes and goes over to this side, which is sitting on that connector there. So all you're trying to do is trying to follow there's a lot of black coming off this. And look, I've got all that just coming off, rubbing off that shaft, you know. So that blue goes on that one. So it could be like, you'd think it might have been something that's, but the voltage should be pulling into this, and for some reason it's not. It don't seem to be pulling anything, because if there was voltage going on to that, that would power these up. So if these obviously go onto the board, these coming from the connectors, where was that little one going? Let me just have a quick look to see where them other little wires are going on that. So we've obviously got some wires up here, right, that's going onto this board here. So when you've got multiple wires, they're all going straight onto this board. They're not going onto none of the connectors. They're going straight on all the wires that's coming from the back of this, from the battery and all that. It looks like it's going directly to the board. It's not going directly to anything else. It's just going direct to the board. But obviously, it's not pulling anything. So you're trying to trace the steps to see what it connects to. So by following the traces, but this is this board's dual layered. So you've got top, underneath. So it's trying to dish out two different boards, but it's got 4 selectors. Because it feels like it's sandwiched in between. You can see it. You can actually see the in between on the connectors on that side and up here. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 connectors on one, and then another 4 on that one. So that's got 8. So all you're doing is trying to trace where that wire goes and see what it goes back to. But looking at that, what's in between them boards? Is there any diodes or anything that is connected? We've got another circuit board in between, smack right in the center, but there's no components on it. I'm saying that, I don't think there is. The black is obviously just earth, so the blacks are just earth on that one. I ain't got a clue what this is. It's just got like tiny wiggle straight lines and up and down and everything. Never seen. I don't know what that is. I haven't got a clue. There's nothing on the other side. But again, I can't see where them wires, if it connects. We got some connectors. The only ones that's got connect anything on top of the boards, right? There's obviously nothing underneath here, right? It's not feeding nothing. It's just feeding circuitry. Underneath, it's just feeding circuitry, right? But we have got them boards again. They look like some form of sensor or something. Underneath, there's no components. I can't see any components. Could be wrong. No components. So the only components it's got, which don't help me with the camera situation. The only components we've got is these on top. So we've got resistor, one resistor, and I ain't got a clue what these are. These have got 0 written on them. Absolutely, they've just got 0. That one's a 1 meg. That one's got 1 meg. So let me just have a quick look on the multimeter, see if we got any reading on that at all. You know what I hate these? They always end up just like tangling themselves up, which is ridiculous. Black on com, triangle on the red. Right, cool. So I've got it in mega ohms, nanofarad, kilo ohms, right? Probably that's what they're going to have to be. I assume that's going to be the earth, because that is on that front. What we got? We have got 5.62. 5 points. So we're getting a reading from that. Swap that over, and that says 1 meg. Nothing. No, we have 1.8 mega ohm. That could be reading in circuit. That's 1.8 mega ohm that's reading. So, same thing. 177 kiloohms. Swap that round. Again, it is reading. I've not known these components to go bad. You wouldn't get a reading. It'd be ridiculously high if it's failed, or you just get an open line. 1.77. No. So these are the ones that have got the 0 written on them. That's 50. Seems a little bit low, but then it could be. And what we got on that? That's 2,160 kiloohm. Wow, that seems a bit high. 2,000. Let's swap the leads around and do that again there. 2,160. Where all the others are just registering. That's registering at 0.051.0. That's registering 177.0. And obviously, same thing on this one is 1.8. Yeah, 1.8. So that's a 1.8. So 1 mega ohm. Probably. So that bottom one there, that's registering at a staggering 2 mega ohm. 2 mega ohm. 2.160. So I don't know if that's actually good or not from that pump. Snapstart. How you doing, buddy? So yeah, I'm a bit baffled because that's only got them components on there, but we are getting readings from them components, and there's no other components on this board. Regardless, that all we've got one resistor, 1 mega ohm resistor. We've got these other resistors, but we are definitely getting readings from them. You know, regardless, but again, you are reading in circuit, remember? So, but again, that wouldn't stop it from purely from working. To me, I put that down to connections at the end of it, because if there was anything else, unless it's these sensors, I don't know. These could actually be sensors on the board. I mean, there's nothing in between it. There's literally nothing. But it's a weird scenario that, why the way they've done this. It's because like you said, the way they manufactured this, I can't see any. Oh yeah, look, I didn't see these at the side. Let's test these at the end of it, because again, I didn't see them. I didn't actually see them. Didn't take them in consideration. But we got a transformer. But we have definitely got a transformer. Is there a small transformer there? Then surely that again, all them wires that come off that board go straight in to this top board here. It actually goes straight into that top board. So I wonder if any of these have actually gone bad, just stopping this from powering. I think it's a battery. I still think it's one of them components. Don't tell me that transformer's gone bad. Again, I've got no volts pulling. Why would you have, what I don't quite understand, if that's 15 volts at 0.4 milliamp, right, from in here, because obviously you can't plug anything in on this, then obviously you would have got something that comes out of these, literally anything on that front. But obviously it's not pulling nothing. So the power is obviously going in, it's going straight in from the board, right? And then it goes in through the board, passes through the board, and then comes back out, and then goes straight back into this part of the secondary. There ain't no other components on that. Just have a look, make sure there ain't no broken wires. That probably wouldn't help at all. And then if this ain't never been opened up, but that's definitely a transformer. Definitely without a shadow of that. I can't physically see anything. On that front, but we have it definitely goes into this and then into this transformer. So whatever's going in on this side goes all the way in. It's actually, come to think about it, let me just do quickly the orange test and the blue test, see if we got anything. So let's put it into volts, switch it on. Let's see if we're pulling anything in. It might not, it just seems like it's power related. We're getting 15 volts. So we are getting 15 going straight in. So the wire is getting 15 volts. So if I probe one on the black, right, oh, actually, where's the wire from that? Because I've got a black there and a black there. So why have I got, I don't get that. Hold up a minute. Oh, right, because the bottom one powers it through. But anyway, I bypassed it, put that directly to the battery, right? So if I put one probe on the black, on the earth side, right, and go through to the red, we're getting 1.59 off the battery, right? I'm getting 1.59. So you can actually physically see it. So if I probe that up, right, these guys can actually see that I'm getting 1.59. So I'm getting I'm getting 15 now, right? So I'm actually getting 15 to 5 on one side. So it's definitely getting it's definitely getting on that front there. So it's pulling 15, 1463, which is pulling in circuit. We're definitely getting voltage around here, right, inside, right, on that front. So that seems to be doing its job. I'm pulling 1.59 from the battery, right, cool. But we're not pulling anything above when it goes into circuit. So one of these dials, so let's probe one of these dials, see if we get anything. Now this is the red, and we're getting nothing. Absolutely nothing. So whatever's going in, it's killed it in this sort of circuitry because it's not getting up the top here, which is getting back to the transformer. So something on there is definitely gone before it gets all the way back up, because obviously the wires are all going directly to the board. It's going direct to the board and it's not going up on that little board. So the wire, the power's getting in, because if I try and probe, let me probe, where does that red one go? Let's probe that red one. Millivolts. Let's see if I've got anything. Millivolts. Anything on a millivolt? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So whatever it is, it's obviously not doing its job. It's the wire is sort of like it's gone in to, the wires are going in and then just stopping. It's not being probed because we've got the orange and the red. So if I probe the red to the red, we're getting 1.5 to the red, right? Which you can clearly see. I've got 1.5 to the red there. So if I move that, swing that onto that dial, if I move that dial up here and put it onto that red connector, probe it, I'm still getting 1.5, but I'm not getting nothing coming out from up here. It's going crazy. The wire, it's absolutely going crazy. So if I touch that again and not touch them dials, yeah, it is. We are getting something from there. We've definitely got something from there. A millivolt. If I just probe it to AC, do we get anything? Do we literally get anything from it? Nothing. So obviously from this perspective, it feels like to me that I don't know if it's connection, but we should have been getting something from it, but we've got nothing now. But it's spiking and the numbers are just going crazy. Well, I'm not even touching that. Look, it's not even probed, and it's just, so it's not getting, it's obviously not getting nothing from voltages all the way up. If I do probe that, just probe it, it is getting point. You know, look, we're getting 0.24. I take it off, it spikes down, right? So obviously there is something definitely going on here. It spikes up, goes up to 0.22 of a volt, but we're pulling no amps. So let me probe the orange one and the blue one. The blue one is coming off that battery volt. Again, 0.2 of a volt. So we are definitely pulling something, but it's obviously not showing up on here. So obviously it's pulling very low now. I mean, it's not, that should have been at least, I mean, that's on volts. It's obviously, I'm not even touching on that front, because if I touch the battery, it comes up 1.59. But if I probe that red one, I take it off, it still goes up because I'm not touching it. So it don't seem to be doing anything which it feels weird at the end of it. I don't quite understand. Let me probe. Let's probe these components. Let's see if we got anything on top of it up here. Right. So I'm going to put one end on the black probe and just probe it on the earth. Right. Scop the earth down. And this probe, put it in a millivolt and see if we get anything on any of these readings. No, it probably won't actually. Completely, you might have to alter it to a kiloohm and see if we got anything probed from any of these. I don't know what these are. These are called CGS's. SKO. Now that one's 500. That says a 500 resistor. That's a strange looking resistor. I'm getting nothing from it. Let's try that resistor. Yeah, 449. Now, well, that's working. That's reading in circuit. We're getting anything from that resistor. Well, that's not right. Mind you, it's in. What's that? A 5 k ohm resistor, right? So that's a resistor. So it should register at 5. Actually, it's registering at 6. So it's reading in circuit. Fine. Now, what about that one? That one's a 800. So that one should register at 800. Does 858. Cool. And what's the last one? I didn't even know that. That's a really weird resistor. I've never seen resistors like that. A 1 k ohm resistor. So that should be 1000. That's registering at 255. And that seems a bit low. If that's a 1k, it says 1k. 1k6. So that should register at 1000, and that's registering at 200 and something. Seems a little bit low to me. Registering at 255k ohm resistor. A little bit low for 1k. It's way below its value. That's registering at 1.6. I'll always swap the leads over. Then that way I know for a fact that you can't sort of grumble of, did you measure it in both directions just in case at the end of it. Let's put that down there and see if we can. That bloody glare of that light is actually off this scale. It's a little bit better, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit better. So again, I'm going to put red at the top. That's registering at, yeah, see, 1.2. That to me seems about right. What's these registering now? 883 k ohm. Probably a 1 k ohm. Let's reverse it, see if it does. Yeah, both sides. I would say that's about right. What are these registering at? Bloody see it, it's so sort of like that one down the bottom seems a little bit low, just a little bit. Oh, you can see it. Jesus. 900. So they're registering at 900, which it was reading near enough 900. That's registering at 2100 km resistor. Probably about right. A 1 km. Now the band equal on there. I'm not sure of the colour, so I have to look at the resistance on that. Well, it did spike up to 2 km. That's now stabled at 0.8 km resistance. Let's just reverse it, see if it goes the other way. See if we got anything different. Yeah, Bronson, I know there's sandwiches on there. Yeah, 833. Without checking the value, again, that's an odd resistor to actually have 0.8 km resistance. Could be a 10. That other resistor is a bit low from a 1 km. I'm getting no reading on this. I'm getting no reading on that component at all. Alright, let's reverse it because some of these might have to be. Yeah, see. So 0.92 km resistance. And again, I'll have to flip that board round to test it, but that's supposed to be registering at 1.60. On that. Oh, there's another diode there. There's not diode, a resistor. Resistors, again, resistors can go bad. 200, it's about 300, about 250, 255. So that could be a 300 km resistor, you know, or roughly around that is value. We've got a little tiny component right in between there, and I've never seen one of them, but again, they are. That is registering at 255. The only one it's not reading too great for 1 km will be this one, registering at 200 and something, 255. That's supposed to be registering at 1k. So it seems a little bit down. That resistor is a little bit down on resistance, which is, well, I would say a little bit. It's actually, I'd say that's quite a lot. So I would say out of the 1k, that's only registering sort of not even half its value on that front. So that resistor seems a bit down for me. And I don't think I've got any 1 km resistors. I would have just swapped it out just to prove the point. Actually, what are these? Let's have a look. We have, what's that one there? 10 volt, 47 microfarad. See, that's an actual one. 47 km resistor. I've got ceramic capacitors. Now that's 47k low. What are these then? I don't even know what these are. 300. Oh, they're 3,603. No, I can't use them. I've got 470. I wonder if I can put, if that's a 1 km resistor, right? Then where was them 1Ks that I had? I did have them. They was 400. If I put two of them together in parallel with each other, that would get it near enough to its value of the 1k, because obviously that's not even registering half of its value on that. Not even half. The trouble is, I can't even take that off the board because there's nothing. Again, how did they take that off the board? That looks like that. Is that soldered to the board, or don't know? Yeah, you bloody bet your bottom dollar it's going to be something that you cannot gain access to. I've got one resistor on there that it's not in the greatest of health, and it is a bit. It's more than halfway down. If it was registering half of its value, I would have said yeah, 100%. Let's turn that off for a minute. But I don't even know you get that off. It's got like these connectors. I don't think I can even get to that. Let me take that off for a minute. Take these back plate ones off. Something's not right with that resistor. That resistor is really dead on its resistance. I mean, I know one it could be reading in circuit, but I still can't bloody gain access to it because obviously it's got this sort of system that they've managed to put in. Oh, we are. I think these. I don't want to break the board or anything, but it looks like that one's out. That one's definitely. Here we go. We got somewhere. Cool. Right. Now let's see if I need to. Let's put the let's take that out. Let's take that resistor out. Before I do that, let's just snap a picture. I know resistors on there. I want to test that resistor and take that out of circuit. That'll be fine. Let's switch that back on. I think that resistor's gone. I think that resistor's lost half its value. Unless it's reading in circuit, but even in circuit, it's really low. It's just not reading too great. So I'm gonna take that 1k ohm resistor out. It's got 1k. It's got 1k6, but it's still registered. It should register at 1k or near enough. It should be at least up to 800. But got virtually it got to about 250, which not the greatest. They should be reading it at 250, something like that. So the others are reading near enough to true to their value. One at the 5k was 4,000 something. The other one 500 was registering, except for this 1k. It's the only one that weren't reading. So we'll pop it out. We'll see how we get on. We'll get it up to 300. I'm not going to go too mad on there. This is a very, very thin board. Probably won't take it too kind of. I'll put too much heat on there. I haven't got any 1Ks. I've got 470k ohm resistors. So that would be close to near enough 980. If I put two in parallel with each other, we should be alright. There's not much bloody components left on this board, so you know it's only that little bit of circuitry. But we can test it. We can actually take it once it gets taken out. We can come out at 300. Takes a little while to heat this gun up. 295, 300. There we go. We're up to 300. So first things first, let me flip that one out. And lovely. That one's near enough out. Let's do that again. Lovely, she's out. Cool. That's why I like them guns on it. Right, so what I've done, I've took the 1k ohm resistant out. Right, so it's out of circuit, and if we got nice clean holes for the pot of new in, we have. Yeah, we have. So we've got something where we can put that back into play. it runs in at the top there. Right, okay, fair enough. Let's do a bit of testing now. This was registering at 255 when I tested this. So again, same thing, left it on mega ohms. Let's test that 1K and see if it registers at 1K. It's actually registering at 2K. Wow. So something was pulling that down, but that's registering at 2K resolution, 2K on that front. Well, that's obviously, that's not right, is it? I mean, if that's saying 1K, they shouldn't be registering at 2K. So obviously, you know, is that component failed? You know, it's obviously reading double its capacitance on that front. Not great. So whatever that's doing, it's reading double its value. But in circuit, it was pulling down to 200. So let's bung in two 470s and get it to the 1K that we have got. So I've got 470k ohm resistors. Right? If I put two of these together, we should get close to the 1K. It's going to be near enough. Worth giving it a go. Right, I'm going to take one out and then take another one out. If I put these in parallel with each other, these should register 880. It's going to be roughly around about that. So you put one at one end. Now let's get the brown. Brown goes at, yeah, that's it. So I'm putting the brown at where the gold is, so it's continuous. And that should pull right. That should pull now on one end to that. Now the brown is going onto the gold, so it looks like it's in sequence with each other, so it's running parallel from it. That should register at roughly, it says, we should pull 933, which it does. That's pulling exactly 933 k ohm out of the 1K. That seems about right to me. That seems a lot better than the 2K ohm that this is pulling. If that's saying 1K, which it does say 1K, and again, there's a bit missing off the back of this, which is a bit concerning. It looks like it's been scraped off at the back. Again, that's been carboned on, so that to register at 2K resolution, not 2K resolution, it's registering at 2K around 2K ohms. That shouldn't be pulling double its power. That should be near enough close to its value, well, near enough. So what I do, I'll solder two of these together, shorten it. Now I know that that works. I'll get the solders sitting on and the soldering irons on. So what I do, I will do what I've just done there. I'll put the brown right next to the right next to that point of the gold, twist it and then solder it. Then what I do, I can bung it on an heat shrink at the end of the day, so I'm not bothered. So if I take this, the little thing on that front, and just give it a little dab of solder, and then I can put that back in. Lovely. That's all you need. You ain't got to go mad. Let's take that flux off. Got flux off it. Nice one. 450. Let me drop that back down to 400. I just really a bit too vicious. 450. 400. Lovely. So now I can get my slippers and we can tidy all this up. Take that one off. Take that off. You can trim it up after. And then what I've done, is put two in parallel with each other to give off its true value. I mean, that's the closest I'm going to get to that on that front. So I'll put the dark brown ring onto the gold. So all you're doing, you're just bridging it to the next one to build its resistance up or close to its value. And I've pulled that now near close to that. So hopefully that's registering 970. Yeah, I found a broken resistor. I mean, I've not seen a resistor like that at the end of the day. I mean, it shouldn't. Resistors shouldn't be pulling double its resistance. That's acting more like a 2k ohm resistor more than a 1k ohm. And it clearly says on there 1k. It's got 1k and it's got 6. Which I don't know what the 6 stands for. Oh, that's a precision resistor. 1.6k. Well, that's registering right. That's 1.6k. Thanks, Carlton. So that's registering at 2. So would you say that was registering close to its value, or is that just? I mean, that could be under its 10% tolerance level. So that could actually still be okay then. That sounds about right what you just said. So it's 1.6k. So if that's registering at 2, that's fine then, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. So I've put it down to a 1k resistor on here, thinking that might be 1k. So by the sounds of it then, if this is registering at 2, then that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I might as well put it back, which is a bummer. Because like I said, thought that might have been, causing issues. I'll have to put that back in and solder that back in. Yeah, I think you could be right. That's 1.6k. So if that's registering at 2, on that, then there's nothing wrong with that capacitor, resistor. There's nothing wrong with it, which is a shame, because I thought that by doing that, I thought, oh, we've got might have a bad resistor here. Yeah, you're right. This ain't getting up there. What's going on here? Get me on my carrots. Let's bump this up to 450. Just don't seem to. That's alright. That's alright, picture. So it's a 1.6. I'll know that for future reference. This is why I like doing videos and learning, because if you're going to come across, and then you'll know next time you're thinking, ah, that's so and so. I've done one of these before. Well, these little precision ones, these are fantastic. They get right in there because the tip is so fine. It gets right in where you need to get it, and I mean that's what I love about with them. That's what you need, the precision type on there. No, that's fine. I'll put that on. So that's registering fine then. If that's registering at 2 and it's supposed to register at 1.6, yeah, That's why they're like the that's right when they write that sometimes. Yeah, so really everything on there is registering the way it should be at the end of it. I mean, if I go back into that and register it again, I'll bet that little resistor behind it, right, is pulling that down because it's reading in circuit. So it's the same thing. So if I just go back onto that, and then I'll bet that's back down to 200. It is 255. So that's reading in circuit. So that little resistor behind it is pulling the other resistor down with it. Obviously, because it needs voltage to get through. So obviously, if that's registering at 2, right? Obviously, I wouldn't have known that until I took that out because obviously when you read in circuit, depends what's behind it. If there's nothing behind it, give it its true value. But if there's a capacitor or a diode, then that will pull part of that resistance as well, giving you a false reading. But because there was nothing behind these other resistors, they're giving the true value, which is fine. There was something. Can you hear? That's better. Yeah, it might be. It actually might be where the battery's gone flat. It's back. It's back on. No, it's gone back on. Wait, hold up. Battery's gone flat. Right, we're back now. So fuck me, the battery don't last long on these then, do they? It's probably the reasons why they put them on there at the end of the day. All right, back on. Let's charge this back up on that front. Put that back in now. Plug that back in. Yeah, the batteries don't seem to last long on this one. It's probably why they come from TikTok. I mean, you know, I've got a red light. No, I have now. Charge it up. Okay, yeah, I can see it. It's back up and running. Yeah, so what I was basically saying is, looking at this, as I was saying, I think that could be we've got hardly any voltages going into that transformer at the end of the day. I mean, Neil, when do you finish your stream? Bloody Nora. What it is. My mate, he's the one that's got the arcade machines, but he's got severe mental health with his OCD. Since his brother died, he hasn't got over it. You know, I've lost 3 members of my family, and you know, yeah, I can understand. It's not easy to get over any death, to be totally honest. But you know, it's life. It's not easy, but you need. The trouble is, he don't know how to control it. Not channeling it into something, and you know, this is where people don't get into hobbies, because if you've got to have an hobby at the end of it. You know, I like to have multiple hobbies. I like to, you know, I'm always into computers, consoles. You know, if there's modding involved. Now I've got into repairs, which I've always had been, but again, control. You need to control it at the end of it, but otherwise people get themselves in such a depression, like a depression state, which is not good. And that's the trouble where he's sort of got to that stage in his life and he don't know how to control it. Right. So he thinks I could just drop everything and you know try to help out. Look, I'll keep myself busy 24/7. I've got enough to do with the hospice. The hospice give me stuff to try and repair, to see if I can get it repaired and help them out. And you know, and I've got to admit, I love doing this. I wouldn't do it if I haven't got a passion for it at the end of the day. So, you know, I've sort of lost interest. I mean, because I spent most of my life dealing with computers, I've sort of lost interest in computers because, you know, don't get me wrong, it's what I've always known about, but no, you know, he thinks I could just say, "I'll drop the app. We'll do this tomorrow." I can't. You know, it doesn't work like that. We've got absolutely nothing at all. I think I think this is something's catastrophically is wrong with the car. I think something's really gone bad on this. This is probably why there was a lot of these for sale, because again I bet they suffered the same fate. I didn't want to pay £7 for a battery for the UK to bung in for this not to work at the end of it. So, you know, looking at this aspect, it could be anything. I mean, there's hardly anything on the connections on there, but we are getting connections because I tested all the connections on this anyway at the end of it. But we've not got nothing from there. We've got literally nothing on that aspect from. We've got voltages coming out of the back of the connectors. So I put on my multimeter, the registry at the end of the day. But on here, no, it seems like I can get it so far and then it seems to stop. So, there's nothing else on these boards except for these weird boards, which I'm not sure what they are. Because again, there's another one right in the centre there. And it looks like a sensor or something. Could be a sensor. I don't know. Again, no schematics. Without pulling up a schematic to see if you can get a schematic. But these look like you've also got thin wires like this, bridging all the way to the next board. So that whatever's going from the top board is also being bridged to the second board. Which is weird because we've looked like we've got multiple of these at the end of the day. I mean, I ain't even got a clue what that is. Again, just jumper wires and, you know, things like that. I mean, you can't even take these off. That's another thing. It won't be so bad if I could took this off on that front, but you can't even take them off. They won't even come off. There's no way of even taking them off. Oh, well, you might. Oh, there you go. Actually, there you go. Actually, it did take it off. That actually just pried off very, very slowly at the end of it. You can see it has been making connection. You can actually see where it's been rubbing. We've got one plastic one and one on. So you've got a plastic one up there, right? That obviously tries to push it down, and then you can see on there. I mean, like you said, I think I obviously didn't know that. Let me do that one. Let's see if we can pull this one off without damaging. Yeah, can. There you go. So these you can actually take these off. You can take them off. The end of it. Again, connection. There's a bit of plastic there. I don't know where that comes from. I can hear a baby crying. Let me see if I can. Do you reckon I can't even take these off? Because look, it won't let me take the top part off. If I could have took the top part off this, right? Let's turn this off for a minute and see if I can take these top parts off. I need a pair of pliers and a pair of mole grips. Where's me mollies? Yeah, in mollies on there. Yeah, fine. I could take that top layer off. If I'm careful, I might be able to strip these down and just give all these contacts a clean. Right, we took that long thread out, right? I'm going to do the same again, but I have to be really careful here. And that's loose. These were put on by machine. You can feel because I heard that click when I undone it. So again, this has never ever been out. I'm grasping at straws. So in this meantime, I haven't got a clue what could be causing that not to. Let's take them out. Let's see if we can take. These connectors, they're all the same anyway, so it ain't going to make no difference. I took the connectors off. Right, that one's out. That one's out. Right, lovely. Okie dokie. Can I pry them carefully? No, because you've got a cable tie. You need to cut the cable tie. Right, okay, totally. It's the only thing when you got crud all on your table and you can't move. Right. Take that out. Now I should be able to pry them apart. Now you've got two. Got to be careful here. Yeah, it's like a sensor. Look. I haven't got a clue what that is. It looks like a sensor or something. There's nothing else under it, just wires. Just got like the, it's obviously soldered to the board. There's nothing on that board. I haven't got a clue. So this is side 1. That's side 1. But again, due to the connector, you push them out. Can you push them in? I really don't know. Feels like Lego. Oh no, I'd rather not. I don't really want to force that. That don't feel right. Right, let's take them off. Right, we got that off. The only thing that's concerning me is these solder bits here, because if I undone them, then the top layer would come off. So, because it seems like it's that's actually yeah, they're not. There's no resistance in these. They're really strong in legs, but also this ain't helping because obviously you've got these restricting, which is obviously not helping the situation. Let me see if I can just pry them out, because again, it's definitely them legs. Them legs are not helping because they're in the way. Yeah, so Andy's broke his door. I don't know how he's going to repair that, because he said he don't do repairs. He can't do DIY. I mean, you know, the rate he's going, he's going to end up with another shed. You know, just popped out. There you go. Did have to take them out. There you go. So these both popped out. Done. It's just stuck in. Right. Now I can take all these out. Right. Can I take that one out? I'll have to take the bottom ones out. So let me take the bottom ones out. Right. Cool. And then I can say, I'm going to clean all these up. Right. I'm going to eliminate this once and for all. I'm going to see if I can eliminate. I don't know what that was. Bits of plastic. Let's clean all these contacts. I'm curious to see if contact. This gives it some contact cleaner. Right. Scrubbing brush. There it is. Cool. You know, let me shut the blinds up. Just retracted. It might be a dirty connection, probably. Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking that you know, because it's not, something's not making connection at the front. It definitely is not making connection. Let's shut the blind up and put the lights on. Dark. I'm going back to the dark ages. Watson, you can bugger off. So, managed to get them off. Right. Let's go. Where's that other cloth? Yeah, that's it. Got a nice clean cloth here. I'm going to use a nice clean cloth. And let's see. Right, I'm gonna now. I've got both access to all 4. So there's 8 in total. I'm going to clean all of them up and just oxidize, get all that oxidation off. Right, let's just see with a little bit of contact cleaner. If I eliminate, at least if you eliminate one thing, and look, that is getting oxidation off. I can actually see it. So that is getting some dirt off it at the end of it. And I think you're right. You know, if these ain't making proper connections, you probably won't. Like you said, like most of these things. No, there's no more come off that. Let's do this one. Let's see if there's any that comes off this. Yep, we got some black that comes off this. So it is getting something off. So yeah, you could be right. It might not be making connection when you're trying to turn it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, grasping it, like you said, you grasp at straws after time. You know, it's only a point of eliminate while you're going along. I've never opened one of these up before. At the end of the day, but it would be nice if you could see if no, there ain't no more coming off that. So I'll flip it over. All right, take these out carefully. Keep it that side so I know where it goes. And again, looking at them connectors, look a bit grimy. Just look a little bit grimy. Yeah, we've got some more black coming off this. So yeah, you're right. It actually could be just a simple thing is just give it a clean. Cold. This is on my finger. Be nice to have this up and running. It's a lovely machine. I mean, it really is a lovely machine. I've never seen never seen anything like it. Yeah, we are getting like black deposits of that. So that don't look like that's clean. That looks like, where's that little brush? That there's one bit right up here that's got like, it's not even making connection properly. It's got like yellow, it looks like yellow nicotine. And it looks like it's barely just broken through the contacts. So again, this could be causing it to stop it from completing the circuit. So I'm going to need my little wire brush Dremel. Just give that a gentle right rub. Lovely. Let's took all that off now. That one is not the greatest, but it's really awkward to get to. Let's see if I can go that way. Yeah, same round here on this one. It seems the inner ball don't. Looking at some of these connectors, they're not in the greatest. It's like yellow nicotine over the terminals. I mean, I've took it all off now. Now I can see the connectors. I think I'm going to go over all of them with this little brush because it's made out of copper. It's ever so slight. It just takes that layer, so it just makes it a better connector. Lovely. And then I'll go back over it with the cleaning solution. Now they've all been the inner sides, because obviously you can't get to the inner bits once it's all sandwiched together. I'll take all that and then just rub it all over. Give your meat a good old rub. Yeah, actually not a bad idea. Yeah, it's taking all the, obviously the black carbon deposits off it. So whatever was on it, it could just be a simple thing as this, I don't know, but it's going to be a lot better when it comes to making connectivity, because now obviously looking at the previous, it sort of did get some form of power, but not a lot. It'd be nice to get this, fully restored, but again, it's going to help it. It's going to be better than none at all. So we'll do the same again on this side, and then I can put all this back, start putting this back. So first things first, let's just give that a quick. The inside's all lovely and clean. It's a lovely little brush on that because it don't take. It's not very hard. It's not harsh. It just takes off ever so slight, just off the top layer, ever so slight. So anything that is tarnished on there, it will just take it off. It's cool. Again, even herbs and things like that. I'm going to clean when it's got everything that's got connectors. Right. That's nice and clean. So we'll do the same thing again. Just a little bit of the old cleaner. Enough to use a lot of that. I've got half a can left. I'll have to get some more. That's dear, that is, for the UK. It's actually, but it's really good stuff. Now I can see them there. They're a lot more shinier now. They're not like, they look like they was partly pitted, which probably wasn't helping the situation. I'm not saying that they're not, it weren't making connection, but obviously, that's not the greatest of way of trying to, the way with these type of dial systems. Right, they're all cleaned. So I'm going to flip it back over, do the same on this one, because I didn't do that. Then that way I can eliminate, I've done them all, right? And then I'll clean all the contacts up on the actual, the connectors. Because again, I can see from here, the camera can't pick it up. It's like a yellow nicotine. So this could be like a connection issue. But we won't know. But at least I can eliminate that to actually saying, well, you know, it's got to be, you know. But if it's not making a great connection, it won't complete a circuit. That's took all that off. There was a lot of yellowing on there. And that's literally, for the sake of a little device like that, it's done really, really great of taking all that nasty yellowing off. So I'm going to give this a good clean, and then I'm going to do the clean the contacts and put all this back. Well, I didn't really want to start desoldering and taking things off. I found that out with the record player. Didn't take it off, and you know, the capacitor decides to go, no, I'm coming with you. And then breaks, and then we'll go back. I cannot believe the UK had snow this afternoon. Well, near enough dinner time, you know. And I know they've got a lot more to come yet. But really? I mean, I really could have done without that, to be totally honest. Right, that's lovely and clean, right? I can't see any more of that yellowing on that now. Took all that off. There was all that nasty yellowing on there. So that's all come off. It was all up in a layer. There was more in a layer, I suppose, in on there. But so what I'm going to do is, let's give these a clean now. Do the same thing with these. Well, it's enough warm. I think I can hopefully. I've done that one and that one. Cool. Nice. So that one's done. Let's do this one, and then I can do the top ones once I put them on. At least I can eliminate half the issues. Well, I've done that, so uh-oh, that's not supposed to come off. Hold up, lucky enough I can get that back on. I pulled that off now, I can't get it back on. Right, hold up. Where's my little ding dong? Right. Focus. It's got to go on there. Yay! It's back on. Be careful next time. Cool. Cool. Oh. Let me have a look to see where that one goes. That one's half hanging out. Yeah, it's back in. Right, so they got to go parallel with each other. I'll look to it. Yeah. Oh. That way. So we got one at the top, one at the bottom. Plastic and plastic. So you've got to get the correct orientation on these. Otherwise you're going to be screwed. Cool. They are back in the right way. So hold up. Obviously. These have got to go in the correct way. Like that. Hold up. Which way? Yeah, because the long dial's got to go through the top there. So the short dial goes at the back, right? So I did get it the right way. So the first thing I need to do then, oh, the wire's broke on that one. Oh shit. Didn't see that. That snapped off right in the corner. And that's not great. Now I've got to put these, I've got to go back on as well, on top. Which is not helped on that front. These have to go down. Did I call you Mister? Mister, what are you gay? You are gay. Right, you buggers. What do you have been going on that one? Come on. You know what it is? Because I've got to line them up, these up, get these through, right? So these have got to go through. That one's got to go through. And then I've got to try and squeeze these at the bottom. It's not helping. The standoffs have got to go in as well, right? Now that's in. The only thing I have not done is that one. It's broken. One of them stand on legs, but it's an earth. To sandwich it against the board. I can sort that out after. The main thing is the connectors have got to be connecting top and bottom, which they are connecting top and bottom. Cool. Right. We're sort of there on that front. Right. Hold up. Before I go back on this, now one of these obviously goes into, no, see, that's wrong. So these have got to be swapped. The other bits are right, it's them standoffs that are wrong. Standoffs wrong. So them standoffs have got to go the other way. That's why I wanted to double check first, just to make sure. I'll take these back out. Them standoffs, they was the wrong way, so they've got to go that way. They got to go. One's got to go that way, and one's got to go that way. That. And then these ones can go back on. That one can go down. That one can go down, and now these can go back on. Except that one don't want to go. So you've got to try and guide 4 things. Once you get it into play, then it should snap into play. That not breaking, I think he says. Which, looking at that, because you've got to clear that board and all. Yeah, that's cleared. Lovely. Now we're at the correct way. Cool. Cool. Now it should be the right way up on that board. It says, yes, we are. So now we can put these back in. I can hold that back in, just and screw these back in now. Oh, that won't come out. Do the same with that one. The standoffs actually come out of it. Cool. I ain't gonna go mad, but obviously I've got to sort that other leg out. This one broke, but it's an earth, so it's not like the B end of all of it. And there's a lot of earths on there, but because that's all it's doing is just bridging, just bridges from the next connection. So I can sort that out after. The main thing is them terminals are the most critical part. They've got to sit center on putting these in, because again, these ain't making connection. You won't get nowhere. Now this is where I pulled the last one off, so I just dab them over, dab the other bit, all the oxidation off the plastic as well as off the connector. Yeah, there's still black coming off these, so yeah, they're 100%. They was oxidized on that, so it's a sensible move to make. I thought, well, look, if you just clean it, it could just be a simple task as a cleaning thing. But hopefully. Lovely. I've got a little bit more oxidation off that. So these can now go back on. Now these have got to go in again. The correct orientation, we took these off. So they've all got to match. So I've got to look for the that's the plastic. That's the orientation. They've all got to go in the same orientation. So the metal's got to be facing the metal part. And that's it. And then that should be for that one. Which it is. Cool. And then the same with the top piece. You know this. I know what's going to happen. I can put all this on there. Ain't going to make a blind bit of difference. But at least I've eliminated thinking on that. But, you know, hey, it's all part of the parcel of learning. Cool. That clicks, but that's not touching. It's not touching the Right, okay, that's fun. These have got to be sandwiched together for them to make contact. So it's, you know, it's crucial. So again, these don't feel like the best connectors on that. They just, something just tells me it just doesn't. It just don't feel great. Feels like it's not. I think it's the way they've manufactured it. It's a really, you know, clumsy, absent way where that feels better. This one don't feel so great. I'm not impressed with that. Not one bit. Just feel like that just don't want to go anywhere. That feels like that's just loose as anything. Where that one, I can feel that biting. And that feels, you can actually feel the contacts. This don't seem to, for some reason, don't want to bite. I mean, if I sandwich it together, then I can feel it. But otherwise, look, I think them lugs just, I think where they've gone so brittle, they've broken off. And I was careful with what I was, like I said, putting these on. But this is the trouble with they're using plastics. Like all plastics on that front, is not the greatest of the things on there. Yeah, they don't look all that great. I think I think personally, I think that feels better now. This one, I can feel all the tracks, right? I can actually feel it. Where before I couldn't feel that. Didn't feel great. This feels a much more. I think it's got to press right down on the tracks on this. This one, I think that the lugs are broke on these because they look like where these are like snapped off at the top. It can't snap into place at the end of the day. So the only other way to do that is hold it down and then pour some. If I use my crocodile clips, right, because the tops are going to come off, it's not going to make connection. So what I'll do, I'll snap these all the way up, right, and see if I can try to hold it in place, and then just put a little dab of super glue, just a little dab of glue, just to snap it in place, and then hold it. That's not going to roll, is it? Actually, where's my other G clamp? I've got a G clamp. Right, let me go and grab my G clamp. I know where it is in the kitchen. Oh, Watson, how on earth have you managed to squeeze on that little tiny chair? I do not know. Now I can't find my G clamp. I had a big G clamp, and that would have been perfect because that would have held that because it was like a big G, and that would have gone right over. I can't move in the kitchen. So what I'm gonna have to do is dig the super. Let's dig out the old crummy finger Loctite crap and see how many fingers we can glue up today. Yeah, preferably. I'm aiming for none, but I'm not going to bank on that because I know what this stuff's like. I've got my diesel heater running, right? Because obviously, I've got no. I had the gas meter taken away. They kept putting my price up, and I said, "Come and take the gas away." All right, I don't use it. Everything's electric in this house, right? Physically electric. I said, it makes sense if you just come and take it. Anyway, they wouldn't take the gas meter away. So I wrote them to the ombudsman. I said they're refusing to take it away because I don't use it. Then the ombudsman wrote to them and they actually turned and said, you've got to take it by law. If you don't want it, you don't expect to force it on someone if they don't want it. So they come and took it away. Right, and I had my gas meter and they're coming up to about, what? It's coming up to about 7 years now. It's got to be at least 7. And yeah, they since they've took it away, obviously I've got no gas, so I can't put the central heating on. Right. So I thought, well, I don't like central heating. I'm asthmatic, so I thought I can't go down that route anyway. So I'm not really particularly bothered on there. So I thought I'll do one better. I bought one of those cheap Chinese diesel heaters. It was about 150 quid. Right. I've had that diesel heater coming up to the last 7 years since I had that taken away, and it just runs on regular diesel, right? You just go up to the petrol station, fill it up, think that'll do, into it. I'm not bothered. It's going to do its job, yeah. And yeah, I've had no issues with it whatsoever since I've had it installed. It's been absolutely fine. And then on that front, I've been using it ever since. So when it's cold, obviously you ain't going to use it in the summer where it's warm. So that's it. Oh look, I can put my hands in it. What did I just say 30 seconds ago? This how many fingers I can glue up. Just put my bloody hand in there. Just caught the tip of my finger. That super crab is absolutely, I mean, if you've got a cut on your hand, just use a bit of that. You won't need to go up at the hospital to go and get stitches. I mean, that'd be perfect. Turn that off. Now, obviously, I've got to leave this until it bonds, but I can't even hold it. Because again, if I let it go, it's going to slip down and then bond that way, and I don't want that. I want it to bond where I'm pushing down on the connectors, so I can fill it. I think once it bonds, it ain't so bad. It's good stuff, does do the job. But I cannot believe Andy broke his door. I don't know what he broke on the door. He said, "Oh great," he said, "the panels come off completely." That's all I heard him say, and all I heard him say was the F word. I was in work, and my boss said, "What are you laughing at?" I went, "Oh, his bloke, he's just built his shed." I said, "His name's Andy." I said, "He does like repairs. I love watching his channel. So he's always got something going." And yeah, I said, he came out, opened his door, and the wind took it off. He nearly ripped the door off completely. I see it. The wind got behind it and just acted like a sail. It completely ripped it off in one piece. And I went, "Oh, you know, he's going to have nothing the way he's going." No, see, it's not biting. It's still not biting. If I take my finger off that, not great. I need to pinch that with them pinchers, really. Without your fingers being super glued. I can't get the mole grips in there, so I'll pinch this down. As soon as I take it down, it springs up. It's got to make that connection. The other one is lovely. I don't need to do that. I can actually fill it. This is not binding. I personally think that looking at this is obviously not a great way of making connections, because I can physically see the bottom ones are not even connected. It's not even making a connection, and I reckon this is where the problem lies, you know. And I reckon I bet I'm right. I bet if I sandwich that together and then push down, I bet that will make a connection. At the end of it, these are not seem to be making connection on here. Not. She's not the. I can actually physically see it. Oh, for fuck! I'm putting my hand in super glue. Yeah, sort of see. Let's see how many fingers I can glue up today. That's just springing round too much. Now it is sort of making connection on that front, but it's not great. It's just not great. So what I'm going to do, see that two there. I mean, I know they're sprung loaded, but it just feels something's just don't feel right of popping these in, making the top part is but they've all got to make connection for it to sit on the actual boards. So all of these, I think, what's causing the issue with this, I bet I'm right in saying, why couldn't they just done a board where it was just top and bottom? You didn't need a multi-layer board for one. And I reckon this crummy design, right, these have all got to be connected for it to complete a circuit, right? Because reading this, I can now see why this probably is not working at the end of the day. I think everything else does work. I reckon the issue is it lies in these plastic connectors and these being tarnished. It's obviously, it's not making great connection. So if these are not, so you've got 4 on one side and then 4 on another. So if one side is not making a great connection, it won't complete that entire circuit to get all the way back up to the top, because obviously the underneath or the underneath or the middle or the top is obviously, if you've got 3 and the top one's not making a circuit, it still won't complete. It's got to, all them pins, they've all got to be touching at the exact same time. And I think that's where it lies, its problem. Because again, it's the way they've manufactured it. I think it's a really poor manufacturer's fault at the end of the day. And I think, I bet I'm right in saying that, because look, this says side 2, this says side 1. So regardless to where these are, the only other way of knowing is put all this back, hold it, and then push down on the connectors. So that way you'll know if it's making a connection. I think that might be my best bet. So I'll put these, slide these back on, right? You've got a plus and a minus on this one. This is a minus. This one's the plus because it's the side it was on anyway. We did have 2 connectors coming up here. We did. It don't matter because these are earth anyway. Jesus, they have never been. These have never been off. Right. So yeah, these are earths. I reckon that's where my problem is going to lie. I reckon there's nothing physically, like, I don't think there is anything wrong. I think this has to make a full connection to complete the circuit, and if it doesn't make it, then I know that I'm going to turn it. I'm going to prove that point. I think cleaning the contacts obviously helped. What we got? We got the crocodile clips on. Let's switch that on. So it's getting its 15 volts. 1 amp. Switch her on. Right. Now let's put this to one side. And I'm going to push down and turn that dial to see if we get anything on that one connection. I'm going to shove one in there. I'm doing what you said, shortening it out, right? The cutout is actually off. We're getting nothing, absolutely nothing. So we're getting nothing on that side. Am I not surprised? Right? I'm not getting nothing on that side, and I am pushing down. So it's pushing down on the other contacts as well, right? I've got nothing on there, absolutely nothing on that side. Let's move it to the other side and do the same thing again. Like I said, it was only a matter of time. I'm trying to push this down and see if it just ping halfway all across or something, to see if it, just makes a connection. Because there's no on and offs on me. There's just none. No, absolutely nothing. We're not getting absolutely any reading on that whatsoever. Not one bit of connection. Which, you know, like you said, I personally think that, you know, who's that? Discord. But yeah, I think personally, I think looking at the issues that this has got is obviously it's the way they've manufactured and designed it. That is the most crummiest design I've ever seen on a connection on that front, because you know two are not touching, but the top part is the top and bottom part. It just feels flimsy. It's, you know, it just feels so janked up on that front. I'm gonna say, you want my honest guess? I'm gonna say this is the reasons why it probably failed to start with. You know, it probably did at one point in its life when it came out of manufacture. But I think over time, obviously the plastics warp, connections tarnish at the end of the day, and that's not been opened because again, that was all broken up. But I think that someone has been in this, and the reasons why I say someone's been in this, I said because that plastic, looking at that plastic clip that went over this, if that was manufactured like it, right, that wouldn't have been broke. But I reckon someone tried to go in there, tried to see what they could try and have a look at it, couldn't fix it. Because why would this is all busted up? I mean, you know, like I said, so I reckon someone has been in this before, you know, and gone down the route where they're thinking, oh, perhaps if we have a prod round here at the end of it, but no, I reckon that, you know, I reckon most, I think the big problems are the connectors, and obviously I don't know what them other boards are because again they've got nothing on them. They just got weird, like they've just got this type of weird design, which again I haven't got a clue. You know, if any of these have gone faulty, you're going down that route where what's your peak? How are you doing, brother? Yeah, so I mean, tech repairs. So yes, I think personally, I think this is going to be. It's a shame because I would have liked to have actually seen this fully working, but I personally think that for that reason, I think this is why it's got that issue, and I think it's going to be on all of them. That's probably why there was a few on there for sale untested. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, it won't pull any amps. It should, even if there was anything on this, it would have pulled at least one amp. It's not pulling nothing. Retro, AD, yes, AD, Pete, yes, just got home. Oh, well done. So yeah. Did you go on that stream last night? Who's the? I'm glad you're in. Who was that stream? I was trying to think of his name. It was doing the cameras. So where we got to up to? Right. Well, issue is I wanted to test this. This was another thing I never got round to testing. Right. Obviously, it needed a couple of batteries. It needs a special battery, which a special battery is a 15-volt, 0.4 milliamps on battery. It's a square battery. eBay sell the batteries. They're £7 in the UK. I didn't want to pay that, so it took a D-class battery, which I tested. Fine, brand new battery. So I put 15 volts in. I've done a bit of researching. It's a 15-volt battery that goes in the other side, which is 0.4 milliamp of a battery. It's a weird battery. It's like a square P9 battery. So I'm replicating the 15 volts one. I've put it up. I've cranked it up to 1 amp, right, on there. So straight away, I could hear something rattling. I thought, oh, something's come out. So the casing that's gone on this, and this is what I'm saying. Someone's been in this. and it wasn't me because it had this plastic casing. When I looked inside, there was a bloody screw on the top part that it looked like and it's floating around inside this, which is probably not helped at the end of the day. So I thought, right, well, what I do, looking at these connectors don't look in great health, and it's got 4 connectors. It's a dual layer board, and I tested all the components, and they're all registering. They're all registering what they should be on that front. So cleaning all these up, putting all these back, it ain't made the slightest bit of difference at the end of the day. And it's got a transformer in. So, but if for some reason voltage is getting to a certain point and it's just stopped, and I reckon it's down to these multi connectors. If these are not correctly pushed down, then it won't connect to get to complete the circuit that goes all the way up to the top where the dials and where all the other components are. And I think that's where it's got to, and and I just don't think we can't go any further at the end of it. I mean, yeah, it's testing all in tracks. I mean, yeah, you're right, but because these tracks are multi-layered, they're coated, right? They coated the layers, so you'll have to grind off all of the points. I mean, I've tested all of these little resistors. They're all registering. There's only these side on the resistors. All the others got nothing on them. So, but from the tracks where the wires are actually going in, we've got nothing where it just seems the power just stops, and it just stops dead. So we've got power coming from the battery side. Just when it gets to the start on this, and I'll show you, I'm not lying, it's the orange, the black, and the blue on the tracks are actually getting voltage in, but it's not pulling any amps. It won't pull any amps at all. So that's what I was really worried about. But yeah, I still think it's that dial system, which is not the greatest, to be totally honest. I'm going to put it in. I'll put it in millivolts, right? And I'll show you. The wires that's coming off from here, they're coming directly from the battery side, and where I'm putting the voltage on the plus and the negative side, comes straight out, goes on to the top. It looks like it goes on to the top board, then connects to the middle board, then comes off the middle board all the way up to the top board here with the transformer. So, but the trouble is, when I probe, right, so if I probe an earth, right, which is the black, and put it onto the orange, we should get voltage readings, right, which we do get a voltage reading. Well, it says that. No, it's not making a great connection. But black, I'm going to probe it from underneath. So this is what worries me on the voltage side. We just don't seem to be getting no voltage on this whatsoever. So this is what, and I thought straight away, right, because some of these might have to run in circuit, but we're getting nothing. So I've got nothing on there. What about the yellow? Nothing. See? So we straight away, it seems to be having that sort of wire related issue, right? That the power's coming in, because look, if I power this to this, right, we get 15 volts. So I know the wire's sort of like the power's going directly in, but as soon as it's coming out and it's going up, we're getting nothing. So again, if I probe it here, right, which is the earth, I'll probe it here, we should be able to probe the connectors. So if I probe the connector, we've gotten power from that orange, but we're not pulling anything. It's just hold that steady. That did go up to not a lot of voltage. It's gone up to like millivolts, to be totally honest. Let's probe that again. If I take it off, it drops all the way down, and I've got no probing on it. So I'll probe that orange again. Just don't seem to like it for some reason. I'm not getting nothing on that one. So what about this top part of this orange one? So I'm going to probe the earth again. Probe the orange underneath. We're getting minus 21.6 millivolt. It's a millivolt, which is not greatest. All right, then okay, it is getting some voltage, but it's not getting a lot of voltage. Again, 24 on the yellow. So straight away, right, the yellow is obviously it's getting some voltage to the circuit, but it's a millivolt. It's very low voltage going in, but the wires coming directly out are the red, which is underneath here, right? So I've got the red and the blue, which is coming off the power supply of from underneath here when it goes to the fuses. So I'm going to probe it again. Now probe the red, and you should get the wire. So I know it's making a connection. So I'm going to probe the red wire. It's going up. Mind you, saying that, I ain't even touching that, and it's not even what's named on it. So I'll put it in volts, right? I'll do that again in volts. Probe it. .69 is 0.00.560 of a volt at the end of the day. So I personally think that it's getting voltage, but it's not getting a lot. So we've tested continuity each way to make sure that there ain't a break in the wire. Yes. So that's another good point. Yeah, because again, you can't see in wires. I mean, that's another point. But we are getting some voltage in, but we're not getting enough voltage in. And I think because I'm not even pulling any amps at all. If there was anything going into this, it would pull, even if it was 0.0001 of an amp. I'm pulling 0 amps. It's just not doing anything. It won't pull anything of it. So again, probe. If I probe the earth, which I'll put it on there, and now I'll probe the blue, which is coming off, it drops. Voltage will go down. And then it goes back up. So if I put it in a millivolt, 0. So I don't know if that's, but I'm going to do what you said. I'm going to probe the back, right? Look. So that way you can see it's true what you said. Let's put a break to see if there's a break in the wire. So I'll put it on continuity, right? Continuity mode, right? So I'll touch that. We should get a bleep. No, it's in K ohm resistance. Now it's in there. I'm going to probe the blue to the blue on that end, and then let's probe it to see if it bleeps. Cool. I'm getting the wrong one. Sorry, guys. I'm going to probe the blue to the blue. Why has that got taken off? Put that on there. I've selected that, and so why is it taking it off? There you go. So we've got continuity there. Let's do the red. So I know that the wire is good. And again, the red wire. Where does that red wire? That red wire goes underneath here. So let me have a quick probe underneath of that red wire. The red wire is right underneath on this section, right? So again, continuity. You're right. I should have done that, but I've already been over the program there. We got connections, so that's good. We've done the blue. What about the orange? Let's probe the orange. Orange goes all the way up here. Cool. So we've got continuity on that front. I personally think that whatever is pulling pulls the power that goes up to it, and it just kills it. Yeah, these lines are the issue. So I personally think, yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a couple of issues with this, right? Because due to the other persons that someone has gone in there, that screw would not be floating around for starters, so someone has gone in this. And two, these connectors, these shitty plastic connectors, what they've used, it's sandwiched. And if these ain't making connections, you're not going to get nothing. But I don't think that's the related issue here. It's like you said, because as soon as it goes on to here, right, we should be getting power up to these points where they've gone on to. The downside is, right, now a lot of these were tarnished, which I've just spent the last hour or two just bloody cleaning them all up. But you should probe them and you should get voltage, which again, I'm not lying, you should get voltage up to that one point. So if there's not, then it's obviously a connection with that board and with these as well. And I think that's where it lies. So again, I'm going to put it in volts, leave it in millivolt. I'm going to probe the earth, just probe an earth. At the end of the day, it's going to make no difference where you probe it as long as it's earthed out. And let's test the wires where it goes in. Right. So again, red wire, orange. So that orange wire, we've got one wire coming out of here. And literally, you should have traces. You should have numbers that's, is getting voltage to that part of that circuitry. But I've got nothing. For some reason, the voltage is coming out, getting to the wire. It's not getting into the circuitry. And I think that's exactly where the problem lies. I think, personally, it's like you said. I think that's the issues that this ends up having, because it's all underneath. It spikes. Look, there's 1 point. Look, there's 1 point volt going in directly to that point now. And then obviously, if I go to the blue point, we're getting. You can actually see it's spike. It goes down, but it gets like 0.5 volt. So it sort of wants to go in, but if that's the case, if that was going on to there, that blue trace where it's coming off on that 15 volt, that trace goes straight up to here. So really, what I should do is test there, and we're getting 13 volts. So voltage is getting into part of the board, but not fully in the board. And I think what it's doing, these selectors. This is what I said. I'm going to go back to the selectors. I think the board is not at fault. I think it's these connectors, these round dials, because you've got multi-layers underneath here. There's 4 of them. So they're all trying to touch together. And I think it doesn't get through to the second part to complete it. I'm still putting it down to these. And I've pushed down as hard as I can. And it makes no difference. Literally no difference at all. Because again, I've tried having a look, it doesn't pull any volts. So I reckon that the issue is that these connections doesn't talk to the next one, which then don't talk to complete the circuit. So I'm thinking it's the way they've manufactured this. It's probably going to be on that point. Not a lot you can do because the way they designed it, which is a shame because, like you said, you obviously you're trying to. Oh, hold up, drop my microphone. I personally think that looking at the way they've designed this, I could definitely say 100%. Yeah, they designed it like that. According to the meter, in minus, the wrong way. The polarity leads to check your meter settings is the right and try again. So I know what you're saying is because it's saying it's in minus, just swap it over. So okay, I'll prove it. So I'll put the red on the earth and probe that blue wire again straight onto that connector. It makes no difference. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're right. But again, it doesn't seem to be making great connection. It's just it's just spiking all over the place. The thing on it. So, but again, we're not pulling nothing, literally nothing on that power supply. This is coming direct from the power supply. It spikes up. It's just going in millivolts, and if I take it off, look, it's still going up, and then it sort of stops. So, yeah, I I think it's just the way these parts of the way they've done it. I mean, it's going to be a dead cause. I mean, whatever I've done to this, I've tried my utmost best, but like I said, I think the problem lies with these. These ain't the greatest. It's a nasty way of making. I mean, it's the same with this. If you took this apart, that would be very similar. You would have a flat dial on a circuit board to make that connection to bring up the thing, but that'll only be one board. That'll only be one part. This, being early, it's a multi-layer board, so they've done it 4 times on one. So again, they've all got a sandwich and sit snugly to make the connection. It's a weird design, and they've manufactured it. It's a really, really weird design. Not the greatest. I probably would have designed it like that. I don't know why they've done it. Yeah, you should have had the meter in DC. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, actually, yeah, you can put it in DC. Can you put it in DC? AC, right? Then that'll have to go in amps, and then this don't have DC. So all you've got is millivolts, AC only. Don't think you can on here. Nanofarad, power, no. That's room temperature. No, again, AC. Everything's AC. So there's no DC connection on this at all. None. So no, this one don't have DC. It's just got AC. But I think the issue just definitely lies with these at the end of the day, which is not a lot I'm going to be able to do because it didn't even pull anything on the meter at all. Because I've been leaving it on for 15 while I've been probing around. It didn't even pull any of these. It just didn't pull anything. Yeah, you need a meter to test DC volts. That's probably why you're struggling. Yeah, you're probably right. And it don't help. I super glued half my hand to go with it in the process, trying to stick half of them down. That probably didn't help. But I was definitely saying, that's still not going to solve, even if I had a DC. I can't seem to pull any power. I'm not seem to be getting any power to certain points on this board anyway. It just, for some reason, I don't know why, but it just wants to stay exactly where it wants to stay, which is where the wires are coming in on that front. Not the idealist on that front. Oh, crying out loud. Why is this? Right. Do you know what? I really hate this camera. All I'm doing is twisting wires up in it. Hold up. Fucking Mickey Mouse. What? You know what it is? It's the stand, right? The stand that this is come with. Now I've killed the camera, great, lovely. How did I know that was going to happen? So I'm going to have to disconnect and connect the camera again. As soon as I touch that camera, it goes mental. Desktop camera. Deactivate, activate. There you go. So it seems to loosen itself every time, the thing on it. It's the crummiest way of, the way these work. It's not ideal. Like I said, I'm using a 4K webcam, as the main display. I mean, some use mobile phones, but then the way my phone, I get pinged all the time, so it'll probably keep cutting out at the end of it. But I'm thinking that I'm going to put this back, right? There's not a lot I can do on this front. I think this is going to be definitely 100% a no fix because of the multiple issues it's got at the end of it. At least I now know how to take that lock off on there. I mean, I've got some insight of this because obviously I had no knowledge on this whatsoever. But you sort of, by taking it apart, you're learning to thinking that, oh yeah, I didn't know it could actually go that way. But the way they've done this circuitry is really, it's not the greatest way of putting these connectors together at the end of it. And I think that's not helped with the connector side. And I think that's got to be another part of the issue that this has, is because again, it not connecting all the way through to make that connection. And again, it's not the easiest to gain access to. But again, what was the point? What I don't quite understand is, what was the point of having a transformer? You only use transformers normally if you've got direct power into something. Like if you're having, like if it's being plugged in to a socket, and like that. This is all for batteries. I mean, that's no exaggeration. It's exactly the point. So I thought they would have, you wouldn't need to put something like a transformer in, something like that. But then again, looking at the age of things, looking at that record player, that was the first one that actually threw me off, that it had a valve in it. I've never seen a valve in a record player. Not mid-60s. I just thought they wouldn't have done it. Do you know what? This is absolutely, the way they designed this is, you can't wonder at it. You really cannot wonder at it. That's gone down now. That bit's gone up there, but you've got, was you in that Peter, was you actually in that stream last night? Because I had to go to bed because I had to get up for work. Who was the bloke that had all them 4K cameras? Because that was funny. It was ranting over them cheap 8K cameras you had. Did you buy this? 40? No. It come in the hospice. It went in the junk pile of the recycling. So no, it didn't go in the. I didn't buy this one. Was you in that stream last night? It was about, I went to bed about 20 to 11. So I had to get up for work, and I thought, well, I'll better go to bed, or otherwise I'm going to be late. I forgot his name. The streamer that was actually doing the cameras. He had all these multiple cameras on the table, and I forgot his name. He's been in Andy's stream a few times, but yeah, he was making me laugh. Symbol, that's it. I couldn't think Symbol Tech. Yeah, because I know he was having issues with this 8K camera at the end of it. It wasn't the greatest of cameras. I mean, he paid a lot of money for that. I mean, that's what I said to him. Can't you get your money back? at the end of it, and he said, no, unfortunately, he couldn't get his money back. That's it. Simple tech. It was bugging me. I thought, I'll wait until Peter comes on. I thought, you'll know the name. I'm no good with remembering names. And I went, I was trying to remember his bloody name. I can't remember his name on the stream. But yeah, Simple Tech. That's it. You're right. Right, I'm done. This is not going back the way I wanted to. Right. That one goes in. That one's in. That's in. But yeah, he didn't have much luck with these cameras that he ended up buying. I see. I haven't got one of them overhead cameras. You know, like the ones with the binocular type. You look down at the board at the end of it. It's like you said, they're like for precision. If you want to get right up close to do microsoldering. Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Didn't you say that you got it from charity, from making a donation? I did, yeah. This went on. What it is in work. The reasons why I bring so much of items home with me, I can pick and choose. It's not by chance, but a lot of the electricals that do come in that get donations from St Francis, a lot of this stuff comes in. People say it works because it's the first thing. Oh, does it work? Oh yeah, of course it works. Right. Then it's down to us, the volunteers, or sometimes the boss, when she's not too busy, she'll pack test them. Right now, I haven't got a pack testing license, so I can't pack test, so I'm not qualified. And pack testing, you really ain't got to be a brain surgeon to work out for pack testing, because all the machine does it, and all you have to do is just sign it off, because the machine will say 40, or or it's saying it's all good, because the machine's calibrated to do the complete circuitry, because that's all it. Then pack testing machines are about £300 in the UK. They're very expensive, and then you have to get them calibrated. I think it does about 1,200 of electrical testings, and then you have to send them off to get them packed, recalibrated, and you get a certificate to say it's calibrated. Otherwise, it can give you false readings. So, getting these worked, but when it comes to things like this, one, we haven't got batteries, so we can't sell it. Right? So anything battery related, if we ain't got batteries to plug it in and test it, then that goes in. It goes into what we call. It goes to a company called Say, and this company that we use, literally they buy anything. They don't give you a lot, but it's still money for the charity. So the way it is, we fill everything up with broken electricals, things that fail. What we're normally supposed to do is anything broken electrical, we're supposed to cut the wire off so no one else can use it. So this recycling company then takes everything electrical, and it has to be electricals only, and then it goes into a box. Now the box can be overwhelmed, and they only give them like 3 to 4 pence a box, which is ridiculous. But it was only going to be binned anyway. So I come along and say, look, I'll put a pound in or something like that. At the end of the day, you're going to get 10 times the amount of what they're going to give you, and but I'm more than happy, because I'm not going to bring it back at the end of the day, and I'm buying it purely for 40. So whatever I use it for will just be down to pure experience and learning about it. So that's how we normally get. I bought so much electrical stuff home with me. Yeah, that's right. I've got one of those pack testings. The machines are expensive. I'm not going to say that they ain't, because they are. But they're really good. They will give the true reading of, like, if the machine's actually saying you plug it in and it's safe to use. Because I'm not being funny. You don't want to plug it in and it's got a ground to short on a live touching an earth straight away. The machine will tell you that at the end of the day that, yeah, it's got a fault, don't use. It will just say 40, and then that's it. We're not allowed to sell it anyway, purely for that purpose. So, right, that's turning. but now it's catching on that black wire right underneath there. How did I know it was going to catch on that wire? Because it's the way they bloody designed it. But yeah, that's the idea of the impact testing machines. But yeah, that's how I bring so much stuff home. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to get a lot on it anyway. That's better now. It's catching on that wire. You can hear it. It is clicking. It's getting onto the connections on there, but it's not the greatest on that front. But what I'll do, I'll put the things back in, right? And I'm going to put because there's not a lot we can do on this front anyway. Yeah, it says they're all the correct way. Is there anything I need to put back before? Because I know what I'm like. I'm terrible. Right. Well, don't think it's that one's got to go in there. Right, I thought I did. But yeah, that's how I bring so much stuff home. So again, the hospice are not they're not worried. A lot of this we get donations through the door throughout the day, like almost 90% of all charities at the end of it. But there's not a lot we can do if we just take people's word for it. We're not going to call them a liar. They think they're helping by selling it for charity, but 9 out of 10, most all charity stuff comes in. And I've done a lot of charity work. I've raised a lot for charity, and this is what got me into charity work to start with. But I've seen a lot in charity, and I've worked right across the board. I've worked with the British Art Foundation, Sue Ryder, Sense, Bernardo's, and the latest one is working alongside the St Francis Hospice at the end of the day. So yeah, multiple that I've worked alongside over the years. I've always done charity work, but I don't mind doing charity work. I love it. I mean, it's great, but it's also good because you sort of, they help you out to a certain degree. I mean, most of the stuff will just get slung in a bin where they say it's not fit for purpose. We wouldn't sell it. We're not allowed to sell it at the end of the day. I mean, I'll give you for instance. A couple of weeks ago, someone brought in an orange bag, and we have to wear gloves because the last time we had an incident like this, it made us physically sick. I mean, I cannot believe people bringing donations where it's absolutely terrible, like clothing, used clothing and things like that. Some of them got holes in. We had boots with the sole hanging off. We can't sell things like that. You can't. But why would you put it in a bag and actually say to it, yeah, it's all good at the end of the day? We're grateful for everything. Like 99% of all charities, we always say we're grateful for everything we take in at the end of it. And if they can't take any more, they just say, sorry, we can't take any more, we're full. Which is a lot, that happens a lot in charities. But we had one bag, I remember it was last year, it was just before summer. It was just coming up to the summertime. And I remember this old boy and his wife died or something. And, and I said, oh, sorry for your loss. And he said, that's fine. He said, I've got to clear all the cupboard out. He said, I've got more stuff to bring in. So I went, oh, okay. So I went, well, it'll go to a good cause. And he said, that's why I want to bring it in. Right. So he didn't think no more of it. We think, it's down to the volunteers then to actually go through to make sure everything, go through the bags. But be careful because there could be there could be glass in there. People do wrap things up in their clothing, and there might be tumblers and things. They're not supposed to do it because, again, you've got to think of the volunteers actually going through the stuff to be donations to sort it all out. Everything has to be categorised. Everything has to be sorted at the end because we don't know what you're putting your hand in. And in amongst this bag, I remember my boss was doing it. I was watching her. I was at the till serving. We had a bit of a break. at the end of the day. There's always a break that you can take a break, and I'll never forget it. And it made me feel sick. The old boy that brought it in was his wife's. He left all the sort of laundry, right, that he didn't wash, right. He left it all in the bag, and I'm not going to go into too much graphical detail, but you can sort of pin the point where he left her underwear in, and it was nasty. All I can say is she must have, needed to go to the toilet very quickly, couldn't make it, and he left all that in the bag. Well, I've never seen someone to actually nearly throw up on the spot. I've got a strong stomach because I used to do pest control, so it didn't bother me at the end of the day. But she nearly threw up on the spot. I'll never forget that moment. And he come in with another bag, and she went, "Oh, we can't take anymore. We're full." Oh, well, who's going to take it? She said, "Take it round Bernardo's." And we couldn't be rude and say, yeah, we'll take it. But after that last bag, and he walked in just after she nearly threw up. I'll never forget it. It made me. I just laughed. I went, "You haven't got a strong stomach, girl." I said, "I'm used to it. Don't bother me." At the end of it, and yeah, it was actually on that front. She could not believe her eyes that he done something like that at the end of it. But yeah, absolutely, never forget that moment at the end of it. But yeah, some people actually do. That's what they like. They bring stuff in, and oh, I'll be right back. So yeah, so yes, not very nice. Let's put these back in here. Tighten these up. Right, crying out loud. So this still, I think this, like I said, I still think that this has still got some issues on this one. But yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I was going to say, doing volunteer work at charities, I wouldn't say it's rewarding at the end of the day. It's not for everyone. But you have definitely got to have a very strong stomach for what you can handle of what comes in, what people donate. So let's do this again this time. Let's put the battery back in. I don't think it's going to make any difference. Plus and negative. Cool. We'll plug that back in. Earth to earth. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Right. Off. This power on. Oh, for crying out loud. I forgot because I pulled that down in on. Right. Person. It's getting some voltage. You can see it. It is partly kicking. I think that's just because of the shock. But you can actually see the voltage does get some voltage to it. As soon as I turn the dial, it kicks up. But I don't think it's complete all the way around. I think these dial things are stupid. Volts and amps. Now if we turn that off, amps. I just think it's just the way they've designed it, I'm afraid to say. There's not a lot I can do. But we put the things back on. Regardless. Yeah, that's a lot. Put them back on. I can't even get them back on. Holy smokes. Really? Seriously? Right, there you go. It's back on. We've got dials on here, but it's again, I think it gets partial power. As soon as I put it on the 1K, I mean, it's on the 1K anyway. But it's not making no difference. Obviously, we've got multiple issues from this, so this is going to be a looked at, no fix. Like you said, you can't guarantee everything that it's going to be fixable because the age of it. One, the retro stuff, you're always going to have this type of issue. It's no different than any other electrical circuitry. It's just that getting spare parts is an absolutely headache. Look, that is partially working there. Can you see that? Look, I'm pushing it down. I personally think that spiked all the way up. I definitely think that at the end of the day is part of that. You can actually see that dial. That dial's bouncing. Look. Not even really pushing on anything. You can see when I'm trying to turn the dials, it's definitely getting some power then. And again, pushing this, so it's definitely power related. I mean, at the end of the day, look, I'll take these out, right? I'll take these out, so there's nothing in it. It's still going to do the exact same thing what I've just done there. Look, it makes no difference at all. So even when you've got something plugged in, and it makes and turn the dials. See? So it's not really making any difference anyway. So to me, I'm thinking that, you know, it's obviously something's not right along the line of the. It's a shame because, like you said, I would have liked to seen this being fixed at some point in its life, but obviously we've got no power on this for pulling. None, because again. Don't seem to want to pull anything, but pushing the connectors. Shame, but I think that's the reasons why I did not want to buy a battery for this. So that I'm afraid to say this one is a no fix. So which is a shame because, like you said, so that'll be for spare parts, obviously for that front. Which is like you said, it is a shame that these can't be done. Oh, but yeah, I'm thinking that you know you can't guarantee everything is going to be fixable because normally a lot of them ain't. You know, like all. I mean, it's a gamble. Depending, some might have minor issues. Uh, you know, I've even seen the experts even say the same thing as what I've always said. You can't guarantee it. You just can't. And he's right. You can't guarantee it on that front. Hold up, I didn't put that screw back in here. Put that screw back in. Shame, because like you said, it's you're obviously thinking that you want to see something being done. But I mean, I'm hoping now. I mean, it's the same with that record player. You know, that record player was exactly the same. The capacitor issue. I mean, this is what they call an axle capacitor because axles lay straight. At the end of the day, and you can use normal standard capacitors. It's not an issue at the end of it, but I'd rather. I'm running into the exact same problem trying to get the correct value, and it's non-existent. You can't get the correct value for it, which is a shame. Like most of these things, you can't always bank on it that you're going to get the part. And the type of business that I'm doing, obviously dealing with electricals, especially vintage, is going to be unknown. Which which is to me, it seems like oh that's a shame because now that's gone into the electric pile. That's obviously that's not gone right then. I wasn't happy with that. But still, that's the only thing with these. But yeah, what I'm going to do, guys, thanks for watching, and I'm going to have a bite to eat now because it's 6 minutes past 8. I've been on this long enough. But again, this was had to be one of these types that I had to try to have a look at because I never got round to it. It was just sitting up there for a long time. And what I can do is tomorrow I've got the I'll tell you what I've got to do tomorrow because the belts come today from Germany, which is let me grab it and I can show you. I've got this to do for tomorrow. So this is going to be for tomorrow's stream because me belts arrived today. Because obviously I've got the belts in, obviously belt snaps. So yeah, I've got new belts to put on to that, which is hopefully. I don't even know where I put the belts. Crying out loud! Do you know what the annoying thing is? I did buy the belts for this. And they're sitting around somewhere, but obviously I've got so much stuff. I haven't got a clue that I can't even find where the new belts is. And I did have the new belts. See, put things down, and what do? You lose them. Oh, Bonson, you dropped one. You are unbelievable. Down out in the kitchen. Give me a minute. Let's have a look. I only got them this morning. Literally, I've got them this morning. Me new belts, and now I can't find the new belts. Nice. Like everything else. Everything goes walkabouts. Ouch. Oh, no, please don't say you've lost them. not behind here, are they? No, I didn't think they would. No, because I've been working on it. Well, where the heck have they gone? I mean, you know, that's unbelievable. No way have I just lost a brand new pack of belts. I'll put these in. Hold up. They're in there, are they? No, I got them. They come through. Oh, here they are. They're in here. Oh, thank God for that. Because I got a letter stating a thank you for the letters on it. So this is the way they've packaged them at the end of the day. So, but look, I've got the brand new belts. It's a 3-belt system. Looking at that, we've got one there. We've got the small one. I've also got a nice big one to put on at the end of the day. So obviously, I don't know what's happened with the other top part of the belt, but it's not on there. So I've got to put these 3 belts on. I've got 2 there. I don't know what happened to the third one. It's obviously disappeared at the end of the day. But again, got the belts here. So that's obviously going to be a project, and that is not the easiest to put together. It's being a Grundig, you know, I've got to disconnect the speaker. The speaker's already bloody ripped already, which is great, you know. So I don't think I'm going to be able to try and repair the speaker. So I can't see it. So that's ready for tomorrow's stream. So if you want to come back tomorrow, by all means, you can see me streaming, putting this back together. So which is really cool. So, but yeah, thanks guys on that front. Hold up, just have a look. Good. Logitech front camera, green screen, TikTok, other screen. No, that's not the one. Desktop cam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for joining, and I will catch you guys again tomorrow afternoon. Have a good evening.